We've had a bit of microphone. My name is Sandy Roberts, and I'm chairing this panel of the Natural Resources Conservation Board to hear a review of the Approval Officer's denial decision LA25027 for Noranden Farms Limited. Thank you to all parties for accommodating the board's request to hold this hearing today and possibly continuing into tomorrow if necessary. Before we get further into the hearing, I want to take a moment to respectfully acknowledge that we are coming together online from the traditional lands of Treaties 6, 7, and 8. I recognize the many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit whose footsteps have marked these lands for centuries and who share a deep history with this land. To help you identify NRCB panel members and staff, our Zoom backgrounds have the NRCB logo. Additionally, panel members have a mountain background and staff have a beige background. Panel members will have their cameras on throughout the hearing. Whether others turn their camera on is your choice. However, we would prefer if your camera was on when you're speaking unless there are technical issues. To reduce background noise, please mute your microphone unless you are speaking. I'll now briefly introduce the NRCB panel and staff. For your reference, complete board member bios are on our NRCB website. And please wave your hand when I introduce you. Rich Smith. Rich joined the board as a part-time governance and tribunal member beginning in April 2023. His appointment follows a career with extensive experience in the livestock industry that includes 15 years with Alberta beef producers, with 13 years of those years as executive director, 8 years working in the hog industry, and 16 years as an agricultural engineer with Alberta Agriculture and Irrigation. He also spent many years as a member of the NRCB's Policy Advisory Group and the NRCB Agricultural and Irrigation Technical Advisory Group. Rich has a Bachelor of Science in Agriculture and a Master of Science in Agricultural Engineering from the University of Alberta. He is a member of APEGA. Darren Stepanek. Darren joined the board as an acting tribunal member beginning April 2023. Darren has worked in the legal and resource management fields for over 30 years and served as the director of the environmental law section of Alberta Justice and Solicitor General from 2009 to 2018. His experience includes management of environmental impact assessment reviews, involvement in development of environmental and resource management legislation, and representing the province at public interest hearings on major oil sands, power plants, and other projects. In addition to an LLB, Darren has a BSc and an MSc in Renewable Wildlife and Rangeland Resources. He was appointed a King's Counsel in 2020. And I'm Sandy Roberts. I'm an agricultural engineer and a member of APEGA. I was an approval officer with the NRCB from 2002 until 2010, have been a municipal councillor for the town of Carstairs, and was an instructor at Olds College for 17 years. I was appointed as an acting NRCB board member in 2017 and joined the board as a governance member in October 2020. I was appointed board chair in December 2024. Assisting the panel are Bill Kennedy. Bill is the board's general counsel, and Janet Harvey. Janet is our senior communications and board reviews specialist. If you have technical difficulties during the hearing, please phone or text Ms. Harvey and she will help you. Her number, which you may wish to write down, is 780-720-2317. Depending on the issue, we may have to pause the hearing until the technical difficulties are resolved and everybody is again fully connected. And we appreciate your patience if this does happen. We have a staff member that will be providing the virtual on-screen document management, Sylvia Kaminsky. When you want a document shared on the screen, please clearly say the exhibit number and the PDF page number, and then give her a few moments to get the document loaded. Our Zoom host is Josiah Sawatsky with Trinus Technologies, Inc. He will be overseeing all the technical matters related to this virtual hearing. Also present is court reporter Wendy Woodworth, who will provide a transcript of today's hearing for the panel's use. Welcome, Ms. Woodworth. To assist Ms. Woodworth during the hearing, we ask that you identify yourself and speak slowly and clearly so that our court reporter can ensure she gets the transcript right. And Ms. Woodworth, please don't hesitate to interrupt if you're having difficulty hearing or keeping up if someone's speaking too quickly. The NRCB has also provided a live YouTube link on its website for members of the public to observe the proceedings. The link is on the NRCB's main website page, and the recording will be saved on the NRCB's YouTube channel. If there are members of the media on our YouTube feed and you have a question regarding today's process, please contact Janet Harvey. She can be reached at the email address janet.harvey@nrcb.ca or by telephone at 780-720-2317. So if you didn't get her number before, you had another chance to check it. The purpose of this hearing is to review decision LA25027 dated January 14th, 2026, issued by Approval Officer Kelsey Peddle. The confined feeding operation, or CFO, is located at the east half of 332023 west of the 4th Meridian in Vulcan County. The approval officer denied application LA25027 due to the operation being inconsistent with the land use provisions of the Vulcan County and Village of Arrowwood Intermunicipal Development Plan, or IDP. A request for review, or RFR, was filed by NRCB Farms Limited, which resulted in Board Decision RFR 2026-02. That decision set out the reasons and process for the review hearing we are conducting today. Your participation in this hearing is very important to the panel. We look forward to the information that you will be providing and recognize that our decision could have a significant impact on you. The process that we follow is inherently formal. This is a quasi-judicial proceeding, and so a certain level of formality is appropriate. However, we do try to minimize formality as much as possible so that participants are comfortable presenting their information to the panel. The board encourages you to ask questions if you're unsure about the process or about when you're allowed to interject. And please do this at any point during the hearing. I'll do my best to answer your question or ask Mr. Kennedy to help you out. If we need to take a short break so Mr. Kennedy can spend a few minutes to help you, that's fine as well. I'll now provide a brief overview of the process for the hearing. First, all parties will be registered. Then each participant will have an opportunity to address any preliminary matters they may have. We will then proceed with the evidentiary or direct evidence portion of the hearing. In this hearing, the board believes it's beneficial for the NRCB's field services to present their direct evidence first, followed by NRCB, then Vulcan County, and then the Village of Arrowwood. When it is your turn to provide evidence, you will be sworn in or affirmed, whichever you choose, by our court reporter. Once sworn in or affirmed, any new written evidence that you want us to consider may be entered into the record on request. We'll then give you a chance to highlight or expand upon any points in your submission that you feel are particularly significant. After each party has presented their evidence, they will then be open to questions by the other parties, NRCB Field Services, and NRCB panel members and board counsel. Once questioning is complete, the party that presented evidence will have an opportunity to introduce redirect evidence. Essentially, we give you a chance to submit any further evidence or comments to address areas raised in the questions posed to you, where you believe there is some additional information that the panel should have. If redirect evidence is introduced, parties will be given an opportunity to ask questions. Once we've completed direct evidence and questioning, NRCB may provide rebuttal evidence. If rebuttal evidence is provided, the other parties will be given the opportunity to ask questions. Finally, each party will have an opportunity to provide a closing oral argument, and NRCB will have the option to reply. Are there any questions regarding the process we intend to follow? We will be taking breaks during the day, including a lunch break. I'll try to pause in a natural spot, so we won't actually be setting specific time for the breaks. We hope to be done before 4:30 p.m. today. Does anyone have a concern about this timeline? Mr. Jacobson?
No, I'm fine with the timeline. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Vulcan County?
We are good with the timeline, thank you.
Thanks. The Village of Arrowwood?
We're good with the timeline as well, thank you.
Field Services?
Yep, we're here at your disposal as well.
Could they state their name when they speak, please? I don't know who they are.
Okay. Vulcan County, who spoke for Vulcan County, please?
Ann Erickson with Vulcan County.
Thank you. The Village of Arrowwood?
Nikki Holloway?
Field Services?
Fiona Vance.
Thank you. Mr. Sawatsky, is that timeline good for you? Thank you. And Ms. Woodworth?
Yes, I'm fine.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we'll now move on to registering the participants. Representing NRCB Field Services, Ms. Fiona Vance. Ms. Vance, would you like to register your participants, please?
Sure. I plan on calling 4 witnesses today. One is Kelsey Peddle. She's the approval officer. If you want to just wave, Kelsey. Okay. Another one would be Morgan Schindel. He's an inspector with the NRCB. Thirdly, Kevin Seward. He's the manager of compliance with Field Services. And finally, Francisco Echegaray, who's the manager of applications with Field Services.
Thank you, Ms. Vance. NRCB Farms Limited. Matthew Jacobson, I understand, is spokesperson for NRCB. Mr. Jacobson, is there anyone else who will be a participant in the hearing for NRCB?
This is Matthew Jacobson. No, it will just be myself. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Vulcan County. Who will be participating from Vulcan County? Ms. Erickson, would you like to do the honors?
You bet. So myself, Ann Erickson with Vulcan County. And then we also have Doug Logan, counselor for Vulcan County. and Kelly Nelson, counselor for Vulcan County.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Erickson. The Village of Arrowwood, Ms. Nikki Holloway, and will anyone else be participating from the village?
Yes, Mayor Kevin Stevenson will be here as well.
Okay, thank you. Have I missed anyone?
Madam Chair, I wonder just for transparency if I don't have a Jay Gateman on my list. I'm just wondering who that is.
Okay, yeah, we're seeing a Jay Gateman name.
Sorry, I'm Jody Gateman. I'm the division counselor for Division 1 where this application resides. So I'm just here to listen and hear.
Okay, thank you very much. So Ms. Gateman is with Vulcan County. Okay, anybody else? Okay, thank you. Are there any preliminary matters to address, procedural, legal, or other? And I'll just kind of ask each of you individually. Mr. Jacobson?
I don't believe I have anything to add at this point. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Erickson?
Nothing to add right now. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Holloway?
We have nothing to add right now, thank you.
Ms. Vance?
I have two short matters, Madam Chair, and they're not exactly applications. They're more seeking guidance from the panel. The first would be that NRCB Field Services, of course, takes no position on the outcome of this hearing. And that is standard according to common law, which, you know, restricts the participation of the people who made the decision. I would just note that in the absence of any party who is, you know, adverse in interest to the RFR applicant, in this case, the operator, if the panel finds that Field Services is wandering too far into the other field, as it were, please let me know, and we'll be cooperative as we can. And I guess if there's any guidance on, you know, I guess it's going to be ongoing guidance as we proceed through. I just wanted to raise that as for awareness that there may not be a party that is adverse. The second one is just guidance about the exhibits in this hearing. There's been some written submissions put in, and I know we have an exhibit list that Ms. Harvey circulated, for which I'm grateful. I just wanted to get clarification on whether that exhibit list is now exhibits that are part of this hearing or whether they need to be entered separately. And then also the individual, you know, documents that, I mean, Field Services put a few in and Mr. Jacobs put a few in. And I was just wondering what the procedure would be and whether we should bring those exhibits in as my witnesses, for instance, bring them up, or whether they would just be brought in somehow.
Okay, actually, hearing exhibit list is the next item on the agenda. Perhaps we can address that at that point. And I thank you for confirming about Field Services taking no position on the result of the hearing, and also your comment about adverse parties. Mr. Kennedy, from the board perspective, do you have anything to add on that?
No, I mean, it is a little nuanced in that certainly we will be addressing parties and looking for their opinion on matters, and it could be that there, of course, is an adverse opinions from the various parties. I don't think that's where Ms. Vance was, you know, I don't think she was questioning that aspect of it. The position of Field Services, as I understand it, is they're not taking a position on the panel's outcome, ultimate decision. Yes, indeed. And I think in turn, the other matter, of course, is the adoption of the exhibit list, which the board traditionally does. And panel chair will address that. And then if parties have issues, of course, with the exhibit list as presented, they may choose to speak to that. And it's not, we may see other exhibits come in as the hearing progresses as well.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Okay, Ms. Vance, is there anything else?
No, I might just clarify, and I was going to get into this later, that we take no position on the outcome, but that doesn't mean we have nothing to say. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And Mr. Kennedy, do you have any preliminary matters to address?
I do not. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's move on to the hearing exhibit list. The exhibit list was prepared and posted on the NRCB website for all parties to reference. Document manager, would you please put up the hearing exhibit list? Okay, so here's the list, and I believe that it goes on for a second page. If we could also see that, please. Okay, so there are 16 items listed in the exhibit list. I propose that we adopt the hearing exhibit list, which includes the relevant documents before the panel. Are there any objections to adopting the exhibit list? If not, hearing none, it is adopted. We'll now move on to the evidentiary portion of this hearing. I'd like to remind participants that it is important that presentations remain focused on the objective of responding to the core issues identified in Board Decision RFR 2026-02, as this will be the focus of the panel's decision following the hearing. So, first to present is NRCB Field Services. And we'll begin with swearing or affirming the witnesses. Please, Ms. Woodworth.
Yes. She had listed 4. Am I swearing all 4 now or just one at a time?
I'm going to recommend that you swear in all 4. As to how they appear, I guess maybe this is a good time to seek permission or guidance from the panel as to, I was planning to present the 4 witnesses as a single panel so that when questions come in, it can go to the right person rather than truncating that. But I am at the panel's direction on that.
That makes very good sense to me, Ms. Vance. And if just when the individuals from your panel respond, if they can please just identify themselves for the court reporter, that would be wonderful.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Ms. Woodworth. The first one would be Kelsey Peddle.
All right, Kelsey Peddle, would you please state your full name for the record?
Kelsey Dane Peddle.
All right, do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. Kevin Seward, would you state your full name for the record and spell the last?
Sorry. Kevin Wade Seward.
All right, do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. And then Francisco Elacaré, I hope I didn't butcher your last name. Would you state your full name for the record and spell it, please?
Francisco Echegaray. My last name is Echegaray.
And do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. And the last one, Morgan Shadell, would you state your full name for the record and spell the last?
Morgan, my name is Morgan Brian Schindel. My last name is spelled Schindel.
And do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Woodward. Please proceed, Ms. Vance.
Thank you. And thank you for the opportunity for NRCB Field Services to provide some evidence and make some select submissions at this hearing. To this point, NRCB Field Services has made a written submission for the review with 13 appendices. This is Exhibit 15, and that was on March 3rd, along with others as well. And, as I've said already in this hearing, the NRCB Field Services does not take a position either way, whether this panel should uphold, vary, or overturn decision in application LA25027. The approval officer's decision documents speak for themselves. The board's RFR decision at Exhibit 8 identified two issues for this review hearing. The first is characterizing the Noranden Farms operation. And the second is about the board's discretion to approve an application that was denied based on MDP-IDP consistency. For the first issue, Field Services does have information to offer the panel and the other participants at this hearing. We'll talk about what the approval officer had before her in terms of facts. And we'll talk about principles of the distinction between a seasonal feeding and bedding site and a confined feeding operation. For the second issue, Field Services takes no position at all on whether the board should exercise its discretion to approve application LA25027, notwithstanding inconsistency with the planning documents, if the board does indeed find inconsistency. And we don't have any relevant evidence on that issue either that I can think of. I did say that just because we don't take a position doesn't mean we have nothing to say. Our primary function today is to assist the board in making an informed decision in terms of information that we can offer the board to do so. We do, of course, take a position, if you want to call it that, on how MDPs and IDPs should be interpreted and who should do the interpreting when it comes to terms like existing CFO or new CFO. We do feel the NRCB should be the one to determine what is an existing CFO and what is a new CFO. And I will somewhat apologize for the length of our written submission. The purpose behind putting it all in there was to make sure that everybody had a chance to understand our evidence and our position on the interpretive piece, and maybe make the hearing just a little bit more efficient if possible. So that's why the length of that document. Our presentation of the evidence will likely follow what the submission set out. As discussed, I'm going to be calling 4 witnesses. I probably don't need to go through them. We will talk about them when we get there. But essentially, we have Ms. Peddle, who's the approval officer, and made the decision in this matter. We have Mr. Schindel, who is the an inspector for this site at the NRCB. Sites get assigned different inspectors, and this is Mr. Schindel's site. Mr. Seward did not take part in the decision, but is here to provide some knowledgeable. He's very, very knowledgeable about the distinction between seasonal feeding bedding sites and confined feeding operations, which I find complex at times. So general questions regarding that will go to Mr. Seward. And Mr. Echegare also, is the manager of applications, but this is not his decision. However, I'm putting him on offer, as it were, to answer any questions about permitting or our approval policy if we get into that. I probably won't ask him a lot of questions. And I'll just, the last intro piece is just when I say the site or the operation or the NRCB site, just want to be clear that I will be referring to the legal land description as identified by the chair earlier in this hearing. When I say AOPA, that means the Agricultural Operation Practices Act. When I say CFO, which I've already done, I mean confined feeding operation, as that term is defined in AOPA. When I say SFBS, which I may or may not, I will mean seasonal feeding and bedding site, as that term is defined in AOPA. So I'd like to start with Ms. Peddle. In fact, I'm just going to sort of introduce the 4 witnesses that I have so you can understand who they are. Ms. Peddle, I wonder if you could tell me what how long you've been an approval officer at the NRCB.
Since July 4th, 2023.
And what kind of education do you have?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Agriculture, majoring in Animal Science and minoring in Agriculture Business.
And what kind of work experience have you had prior to coming to the NRCB?
I grew up on a farm that was cow, calf, and forage that eventually transitioned into a dairy farm. I worked in feedlots as a pen rider. I did soil sampling in Alberta, and I also worked at a vet clinic that serviced feedlots.
Thank you so much. Mr. Schindel, how long have you been an inspector at the NRCB?
I started with the NRCB on November 7th of 2022, so approximately 3.5 years.
And what was your education?
I have an undergrad in criminology, and I have a master's degree in criminal justice.
And what was your work experience before you came to the NRCB?
Yeah, sure. My work experience is I was with the Alberta Sheriff's Department in a number of different units from August of 2005 until approximately April of 2022. I was also an investigator in Edmonton, Alberta. I was a sessional instructor at the Lethbridge College, and then I started with the NRCB after that.
Thank you. Mr. Seward, I'm going to ask some very familiar questions. How long have you been manager of compliance at the NRCB?
I've been the manager of compliance for 7 years at the NRCB.
And did you have a position at the NRCB before that?
Yes, I've actually been with the NRCB for 22 years. The first 10 years of that was as an inspector. Then I spent 5 years as the senior field officer, and then the last 7 as the compliance manager.
And can you tell this group what your education is?
My education, I have a diploma in agricultural mechanics, and I have a diploma in environmental science, watershed management.
And apart from your roles as inspector and compliance manager and senior inspector at the NRCB, what kind of work experience did you have coming into it?
I worked prior to the NRCB, I worked 16 years with Alberta Agriculture doing soil fertility research. As far as other experience, I grew up on a large mixed farm in southern Alberta where we had grain production, a swine farrow to finish operation, a purebred cow-calf operation, and a small feedlot. In the last 34 years, I've operated my own mixed farm, which have included over time grain production, forage production, a cow-calf operation, a sheep operation, a backgrounding operation, and we have a custom farming and mechanical business.
Thank you. Finally, Mr. Echegare, how long have you been applications manager at the NRCB?
Almost 2 years as of now.
And did you have positions at the NRCB prior to that?
Yeah, I was an approval officer for almost 15 years. And then I was senior approval officer for 1 year. And then acting managers of application for 6 months.
Okay, thank you. What is your education or training?
I have a degree in agronomic engineering and a Master of Science in environmental sciences.
How many approval officers do you supervise as applications manager?
As of now, I have 5 approval officers. We used to have 6.
Right, and Ms. Peddle is one of them.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Peddle, I'd like to ask you some questions that are a little more pertinent to this file. Okay. There's just a couple of things in our written submission, there are some excerpts from the CFO database. I can take the group to the specific paragraphs if required, but I think they're fairly evident. So I just wanted to ask, for the ones that aren't indicated as your entries, did you have occasion to read the other database entries before you made this decision?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Document manager, if we could please go to Appendix 1 of Field Services. This should be PDF page 23 of 63 of Exhibit 15. So I'm going to take you through the 3 of the exhibits in this submission, which is Exhibit 15. This, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
And where did you get this?
From Google Earth.
Okay, and when did you get this?
I had access to this image many times over my decision.
Okay. How do you know the date that I have put on there?
When you pull historical images off Google Earth, there is usually a date in the bottom right corner that indicates when the photo was taken.
Okay. Could we go to the next page, please? I'm going to ask the same questions about the next 2 photos as well. This one is dated July 17th, 2015. How did you get this one?
From Google Earth as well.
Okay. And one more page, Appendix 3, which is PDF 25 of 63. This one is dated April 26, 2021. Where did you get this one?
From Google Earth.
Okay. And I'm not going to take the panel through the next 4 appendices, which are the Part 1 applications for various files. I can do so if that's required, but I think that since we have all adopted the exhibit list, I'll just leave that alone. But I just wanted to identify that these three photos that do not appear in the technical document LA25027, these are from Ms. Peddle. I just wanted to make that clear. Okay, I wonder if we could move to the same document. And this is paragraph 19, please. So this is PDF page, I don't know, it's 8 pages in. Thank you so much. So paragraph 19, well, you can read it. It talks about an email that happened the day after your site visit. And the site visit was on September 24th, 2024. And you had actually, sorry, if we could just scroll up to the database entry, which I'm going to talk about. There it is. Thank you so much. So this is a database entry from 2024, September 24th. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and this was your entry?
Yes.
Okay. And you, in this entry, sorry, because this quote kind of spans the pages. At the bottom of this page and the top of the next page, it says that it was not clear to me why he was told he needs a permit. Why was that not clear on that date?
It was not clear on that date based on what Mr. Jacobson told me how he operates the site.
Okay. And so what did you do after the site visit and this entry?
When I got back to the NRCB office, I spoke with Inspector Schindel as he had been out to the site previously.
Okay. And if we could just go down to paragraph 19 again. And this refers an email, which I believe we'll see later on in the NRCB submission. Said that this site needed a permit because above threshold numbers of cattle are purchased to be fed at this site. Is this a demand for Mr. Jacobson to get a permit?
No, it's not.
Okay. Then this conclusion that the site needed a permit because above threshold numbers of cattle are purchased to be fed at this site, where did you get that? What was that based on?
It was based on my discussion with Inspector Schindel, and how Mr. Jacobson may want to operate the site.
Okay. And was this, just for clarity, this conclusion that the site needed a permit, if it was going to operate like this, was that a conclusion, that would apply to the past 5 years or just that particular time?
I think just at this point in time.
Okay. Okay, if we could just keep going, same exhibit, paragraph 14. Now, paragraph 14 is an excerpt of the CFO database at the NRCB from a different inspector, Mr. Schindel, which we're going to get to later. And on I think it's on the next page. Right, so the first full paragraph on this page, which is, trying to find the page number, 8 of 63. It just says Matthew indicated he talked to an approval officer from the NRCB during a meeting with the town of Arrowwood while the IDP was being contemplated. Was this you, this approval officer, to your knowledge?
No, it was not.
Okay. Okay, we're going to spend some time talking about your observations and understanding of how this site has been operated. And it's a little bit historical. And I just wanted to mention that because this is a virtual hearing, we can't have a little pointer to point to things on photographs and stuff like that. So you may have to use your powers of description to make sure that everybody understands what you're talking about, also for the transcript. So I just wanted to give that as a preliminary issue. And I imagine Mr. Jacobson is going to speak a lot about how the site has evolved over the decades, and for sure he is in the best position to talk about that. However, your decision is the one that is being talked about today, and so I'd like to walk you through some of the evidence, and it'll be kind of a snapshot journey as we go. So I found it helpful to start with, it'll be Exhibit 2, Technical Document LA25027 at PDF page 4 of 63. Thank you. That was really fast. So this is part of the application and the technical document. And just for clarity, so we understand what we're looking at, Did you make any markings on this document?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell me what those were?
They were the yellow ovals, the yellow text, as well as the white text callouts.
Okay, thank you. The white text callouts being related to the water wells.
Yes.
Okay. And then, do you know the year of this photo? I understand this is not your document, so if you don't know, that's okay.
I believe it was from August of 2023.
Okay. Now, the pens that have been proposed for CFO use that were proposed during this application, can you describe which pens they are that we are looking at?
They are the pens in the northeast part of the document outlined in red.
Okay, and I'm going to confirm that the document is oriented so that north is to the top of the page. Is that right?
That's correct.
As far as you know. Okay. And outlined in red. Okay, so there appear to be sort of two rectangular ones on the center and right, and then two that are sort of broken up with one long rectangular on the left. Sort of three pens ish. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay. And then there's seasonal feeding and bedding pens as labeled. So I just would like to confirm, and I apologize to document manager for jumping around so much, but I want to confirm that these ones that are outlined in red that you've talked about, I want to confirm if they are the same pens that you took a photograph of. So this is Appendix 6 of this document, and I'm sorry I don't have the page number. I think it might be further up. So it's just after the LA25015 part 1, if that helps. So I think up a bit more. If you could go up.
I'm at the top.
Oh, you're
Are
at
you
the top.
technical document or do you want a different document?
No, I don't want the technical document. You're correct. I would like the field services submission. Appendix 6. Almost there. There it is. Yay. Thank you very much. Okay, so my question was, the pens that were outlined in red on the image we were just looking at from the technical document. And then there's this appendix that's labeled as East pens. If you could just scroll down just a tiny bit, document manager. Thank you. So it says East pens on site that are part of proposed CFO looking northeast September 24, 2024. Who wrote that?
I did.
Okay. So the question is, those ones that are outlined in red, is that the same pens as what we're looking at here?
Yes, it's the middle pen and the right pen.
Middle pen and the right pen. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, same document. And we're going to just revisit the 3 photos that we were looking at before, which are appendices 1, 2, and 3. This document, I do apologize, I didn't have time to find page numbers for those, but yeah, 23 of 63. So just briefly, there's three different photographs with 3 different dates on them. Why did you choose 2002 for this?
I chose the 2002 image because it was the closest image I could find. That was when AOPA came into effect in January 1st, 2002.
Okay. And why does that matter when AOPA came into effect?
It matters because that's when, if something were a CFO prior to that, you would use around that date to determine if it was a CFO or not.
Okay, so CFO in 2002 has some significance.
Yes.
Okay, can you just tell me even more? What is the significance of that date?
If a
you were a
grandfather,
CFO, sorry.
if you wanted a grandfathering determination, you would have to look around January 1st, 2002 to determine if you were an existing CFO under AOPA or not.
Okay, thank you. When you look at, so keeping in mind that the first major issue in this review that the board has set out is whether this site is currently a CFO or a seasonal feeding and bedding site or something else potentially. Knowing that that's one of the big issues and recognizing this is 2002, this is 24 years ago. What do you notice about this photo?
I notice that the middle pen and right pen that are currently being proposed as feedlot pens are not present in this image.
Okay. I mean, the land is there, right? But they're not being used as pens, is that what?
Yeah, it looks like where the siting of those pens currently is, there are grain bins.
Understood. Thank you very much for clearing that up. Okay, maybe we'll just and then the area to the left, so just there's some faint outlines that we've sort of theorized that Google Earth might have added for some reason, but they're not part of the actual photo. So to the left of the faint lines, there's sort of an area that's got different sort of mottled colors. Do you notice anything about that?
It looks like there may have been livestock housed there, likely cattle. The lighter colors look like they were probably bedding piles.
Oh, okay, okay. All right, perfect. Thank you. If we could go to the next photograph, the next page. So I will ask a similar set of questions. This one is labeled July of 2015. Why did you, I mean, there's so many photos out there all the way from who knows when. Why did you pick July of 2015?
I picked this photo because it's just during the grazing period.
Oh, okay, okay. And what does it tell you?
It tells me that during the grazing period, there are no cattle at the site
In 2015.
in 2015.
Okay. Okay. And then finally, we'll flip to the 2021 photo, which is the next page. This photo is lower resolution, but I think you can probably make some observations about this. Why did you choose 2021?
I chose this image because it's the first time that the middle and right pen came in or appeared on Google Earth.
With and what are the little dots? Do you see those?
That looks like cattle.
Oh, okay, okay. And can you make any observations about those 3 pens that are enclosed by Google Earth's transparent white lines and the pen area to the left of that?
In this, there are cattle currently being housed in those 3 pens in the area that's being proposed for feedlot pens. The pens on the far left are empty.
Okay, thank you. The next, just to give the document manager a chance, the next thing I'm going to talk about is Exhibit 1, which is Decision Summary LA25027, and it'll be the first page. Before I ask you about this page, Ms. Peddle, to your knowledge, has the NRCB ever done a grandfathering determination? That is to ascertain whether there was an above threshold confined feeding operation in place on January 1st, 2002.
To my knowledge, no.
Okay. So we're looking now at your decision summary from January. If you could just scroll down, please. I think it is, yeah, it is that longer paragraph in the middle of page 1 under background, the second paragraph. Just take a moment to review what you wrote down here. Okay, thank you. So your conclusion was, therefore, I do not consider this site to be an existing CFO. Now, at what point in time did you make that determination?
Are you asking when I made that determination or what point in time I made the determination for that site?
For that site.
I looked at that site around 2002 to determine if it was an existing CFO at that time.
Okay. But after, after all the observations you have in this paragraph, and then your conclusion appears to be that you don't think it's an existing CFO, how did you come to that conclusion? Like when did you make that decision? When did you make that call?
When I issued this decision.
Okay. And leading up to this decision, which you issued in January of 2026, what information did you have at your disposal when you issued it and made this determination?
I had my conversations with Mr. Jacobson about how he operated the site. I had discussions with Inspector Schindel, who had also been out to the site and talked with Mr. Jacobson. I had the Google Earth images, as well as database entries that were made by Mr. Schindel, as well as another inspector who had been out there previously.
So your information did not come from that single day in September of 2024 when you made a site visit?
No.
Okay. We're going to move on to the MDP just briefly, and I won't have a lot to say. But before I do that, is there any information that you would want the panel to hear from you relating to the issue of whether the site is currently a CFO or a seasonal feeding bedding site?
Not that I can think of at this time.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, so shifting gears to the planning aspect of your decision. And I have said before that the decision documents speak for themselves. And so you have done a lot of speaking already. I will appreciate that. The planning was the basis for your denial, however, as I understand it. And I just wanted to walk the panel and the other parties through a couple of the maps, because that is usually what these issues come down to. So if we could please go to Exhibit 11. Now, Exhibit 11 is the Vulcan MDP with maps, I believe. There's two different exhibits. One is for the MDP, which has its own appendices, and one is for the MDP maps. So this is the one with the maps. And if we could go to map 18, and again, I don't have the page number. Apologies for that. Map 18, just to refresh your memory, and you can find this in the decision summary, was one that you talked about. Okay, this is map 18 of Exhibit 11. Now, I appreciate that it's a small map for a large county. I'm wondering if you could just do your best to describe where the NRCB site is on this map.
The NRCB site is by the area indicated as Arrowwood. There's a small triangle that outlines the village of Arrowwood, and the Noranden site is on the right side of the first orange square. That's
Right
directly,
side of the first orange square. Okay.
Yeah.
Under the double W's.
yes.
Okay, perfect. That's on the right side of that. Thank you. I want to look at one more map, and this one is Exhibit 12. And Exhibit 12 is the intermunicipal development plan between Vulcan County and the village of Arrowwood. And this one is going to be map 3. Let me just say right now that I'm so grateful for this document manager. Okay, there's map 1. Map 2, so it'll be the next one. There we go, map 3 of the IDP. Now I appreciate that it seems like a long time since we looked at map 18, but how do map 18 and map 3, and we can bring it back up if you need to, how do they compare?
They show the same exclusion zone around the village of Arrowwood.
Okay, and the village of Arrowwood is outlined in lime green, according to the legend. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay, now where on this map, so this is a lot closer, where on this map is the Noranden operation?
It's directly to the right of the village of Arrowwood in the squares labeled 33 on the right-hand side.
Okay, and that's the east half.
Yes.
Okay, and I can see, okay, never mind what I can see. Okay, so in your understanding and your reading of this map, is the Noranden site in a CFO exclusion zone?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And I do think you were fairly clear on that in your decision, but I just wanted to look at the maps. I find it always very helpful to look at the maps, and hopefully this will be helpful to others as well. Now, while you were processing application LA25027, you got a response to the application from Vulcan County. Now, this one is actually not in, well, maybe it is. Anyway, okay, I'm just going to put that question aside for now. You got a response from Vulcan County in relation to this application. And I'm not talking about the 2023 letters. I'm talking about one that was 2025. It is on the NRCB website under the RFR, if that's helpful. To what extent I don't know if we need to bring it up. In the response, it says Vulcan County wrote C letter of support. So in that response to this application, what weight did you put on that response in relation to your decision on consistency?
In their response, it helped me recognize what they consider as an existing operation per se that's in their area. However, the legislation and policy dictates that the approval of the interpretation of an MDP or IDP is at the discretion of the approval officer, as well as determining what's an existing CFO under AOPA.
Thank you. I'm going to refer to two 2023 letters. These both appear in the technical document, which is Exhibit 2. And I'm going to ask a very, very similar sounding question. There's two letters. One is from the Vulcan County and one is from the village of Arrowwood. And they're dated June and September of 2023. You'll be familiar with these ones as it is part of the technical document, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to ask this question too. These two letters, what impact did they have on how you interpreted the MDP of Vulcan County and the IDP between the two municipalities?
Like I said to the previous question, they helped me understand what the village and the county consider an existing operation. However, it's at my discretion to interpret the MDP and the IDP. Particularly in the letters, they do mention that the site was operated as an unlicensed or unauthorized CFO, which to me, I interpreted that as that the site operated without proper permitting.
Okay. And to your knowledge, Vulcan County has not issued any kind of municipal development permit for this site, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, to your knowledge. Okay. I'm getting to the end of my questions. Thank you for you, Ms. Peddle, and then I'll move on to Mr. Schindel. I just wanted to, sometimes the board in these kinds of hearings asks about conditions. You know, in the event that the board overturns your denial and in the event the board directs you to issue a permit for this, sometimes the board wants to understand about the conditions. And I think I just really have one. So this will be Exhibit 1. Possibly page 18. I think the pages match. Yes, recommended conditions. So if you scroll down a little bit under C, in that first paragraph under C, there's reference to NRCB environmental specialist Scott Sheila Cunningham regarding permeability testing. It goes on, it says, however, she had questions on the proposed protective layers. Anyway, you can read the rest of it. So my question is that the conditions, if you scroll down, there's an A here, and then there's a B on the top of the next page. And the first one talks about the catch basin. This one talks about the pens. A and B, if these conditions are put in, would those be sufficient to address Ms. Cunningham's questions in your view?
In my view, yes. Ms. Cunningham had questions about the naturally occurring protective layer that was proposed. She advised that the information provided for the proposed naturally occurring protective layer, it was questionable if it would meet AOPA standards or not. However, there was sufficient information provided for a compacted clay liner. So rather than asking for additional information and delay my decision further, I decided to go ahead with conditions for a compacted clay liner as there was sufficient information to support that.
Thank you. And Mr. Jacobson may have more to say about that as well. I just wanted to draw the panel's attention to this part of the recommended conditions. And I guess while we're on this page, I'll just quickly ask you about C, which is at the top of this page, which talks about the east fence to be moved to meet the 38.1 meter road setback. Why would you recommend this condition?
I recommended that condition as typically when we issue NRCB permits, we respect the setbacks that are put in an MDP or land use bylaw by a planning authority. So in the Vulcan County MDP, the road setback is 38.1 meters. Therefore, I suggested that the fence be moved to meet that setback.
Okay. And I'm assuming that D in this page is related to the same thing.
Yes,
that's
correct. It's referring to
Okay.
the area within the setback.
Okay, thank you so much. And I'll just ask you one more time. Is there anything, I'm going to move on. We can come back to you if we need to. That's the beauty of having the four of you in a panel. I'm going to move on to Mr. Schindel, but Before I do that, is there anything that you feel that, the lawyer has not done a great job questioning you on that you would like to give some information to the panel that you haven't had an opportunity to do so?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. Thank you so much. Mr. Schindel, I have some questions for you.
Sure.
Not a whole lot. But you are the inspector for this site, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, and just for clarity, I understand there are two, Noranden sites that you've been dealing with since you started the NRCB. So I just wanted to be clear which one we're talking about, which is the east half 33-20-23 west of the 4th in Vulcan County. Okay. Have you ever been to this site?
Yes, that is correct. I was at that site on June 23rd of 2023.
Okay. And document manager, just for now, just in the meantime, if you want to pull up exhibit 15, we'll be talking about that. Paragraph 14, probably page 5. So you went out in June of 2023. What was the purpose of you going out that day?
Well, the purpose of me going out that day was there was, and so I should just be clear too, I took conduct of this file after a former inspector had carriage of this file. He retired, and so I assumed carriage of this file shortly after, I think in May or early June of 2023. The reason I went out was because there was concerns of unauthorized construction, and there was concerns of potential risk to the environment with regard to the two west side pens that are closer to the Arrowwood Creek.
Okay. And just maybe since we're there, let's talk about the west side pens. I apologize, document manager. Can we go back to the technical document? Page 4 of 63, I believe. So when you refer to the west side pens, can you describe on this picture which ones you were talking about?
Well, specifically, I'm talking about the ones that are in a yellow oval. Those are the two west side pens.
Okay.
While I was at that facility, I could also see, I guess if you want to call it the other west side pens, but it's the red block. So the two west side pens inside that red block. I was in that area on June 23rd of 2023.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
That's helpful for the clarification. Have you been on this site since June of 2023?
No, I've not.
Have you had occasion to sort of see it in some capacity since then?
I have been able to see it since that date on a few different occasions. We have a number of different files in Vulcan County and north of Vulcan County, so I would naturally drive by that facility. I think it's Highway 547 heading north. And I also drove by that facility in September of 2025 while I was in the area on another file.
Do you remember what you were able to observe from where you were in summer of 2025 of the site?
Yeah, that was like more in September of 2025. It was on, I think it was Range Road 233 heading north past Mr. Jacobson's facility. And I remember seeing the pens were empty during that time. And Mr. Jacobson it appeared to be feeding the animals on a pasture, which is the pasture just north of the pens. So I noticed a number of different cattle. It looked like they had access to the facility, but they weren't actually in the facility itself. It appeared Mr. Jacobson was feeding them on the field at that time. Yes.
Okay. Okay, perfect. Okay, sorry, document manager, back to exhibit 15, please. Should be page 5, maybe. Okay, so there's a paragraph that's headlined June 23, 2023. Is this your entry?
Yes, it is.
It is kind of a long entry, but I'd like to give you just a little bit of time to review what your entry says. And you can just ask the document manager to scroll down when appropriate.
Okay, I've read it. Okay.
Thank you. Do you recall making these observations?
Yes, I do.
And you recall this conversation with Mr. Jacobson?
Yes, I do.
Is there anything from this time, this visit that you recall that is not in these words?
No, not really. The only thing would be when Mr. Jacobson and I had a brief conversation about grandfathering at that time. I had in fact emailed Mr. Jacobson some grandfathering documentation as I wasn't sure the status of the site when I was first assigned this file. So besides that conversation, this is the extent of what we talked about that day.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Mr. Schindel, for clarity, did you have any role in this decision?
No, I did not.
Okay, do you recall, did you have any conversations with approval officer Ms. Peddle regarding this site prior to this decision coming out?
Yes, we did talk about this site. Yes, we did.
Okay, what was the conversation about?
The conversation was mostly about how Mr. Jacobson operated this facility. So we had a conversation about whether or not he would require an NRCB permit. And so part of that conversation involved our discussions around whether he was a confined feeding operation or not. At that time, when I was in attendance in June of 2023, Mr. Jacobson had approximately 500 beef feeders that he was feeding at the operation at that time. And so Ms. Peddle and I would have discussed the fact that if he continued to operate as he was at that time, at that single isolated point in time, he may very well require an NRCB permit to operate as a confined feeding operation. But our discussions surrounding that were more about the fact that Mr. Jacobson had told me that he very rarely fed cattle at the operation during the grazing period. He would usually have those cattle out on grass. And one of the things that he identified for me at that time was the fact that there was a significant drought in the area. Mr. Jacobson was in a position where he really had no choice at that time but to confine feed those animals. And at that time, he indicated to me that he would be confined feeding those beef feeders from about when I was there in June 2023 until about August, and then he would go back to not feeding them in the facility because that wasn't his regular or normal management practice. So that's what her and I would have talked about. It was never really decisive one way or the other. At that point in time, he was operating as a confined feeding operation. However, it didn't seem like that was his normal management practice of how he normally operated.
Okay.
Yes.
At any time, have you made a demand of Noranden Farms that they acquire an NRCB permit?
No, I did not. Fact of the matter is we can't force individuals to get permits. The way that these conversations happen with operators is we will say to them, for example, if you are operating a confined feeding operation over AOPA threshold numbers according to the Part 2 Matters regulation, you will have to get an NRCB permit. However, it's always presented as options. And so some of those options might be, for example, you can operate if you're operating under threshold, or you can operate as a seasonal feeding and bedding site if you're not in a position to, or don't have the ability to pursue an NRCB permit. There's never a demand made. It's always presented as a conversation where there's options presented to the operator.
Thank you. Document manager, if we could, I'm almost done, Mr. Schindel, if we could just move quickly to Exhibit 16. So this is the Noranden submission that appears to consist of a few documents. If you could go to document 3, well, let's just quickly go to 3A and 3B. So that's an email. Okay, and then 3B appears to be a screenshot of a text message. So Kaylin Wilson, Kaylin is mentioned in the email and the page before, and this is addressed to Kaylin. Well, who is or was Kaylin?
Kaylin was an approval officer at the NRCB. Yeah, at one point in time, she was the approval officer for Mr. Jacobson's site at that time.
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
Thank you. And then if you could go to document 3C. Okay, so this is an email from, sorry, could you just, well, it's from you.
Correct.
Oh yeah, dated June 27th. So this would be 4 days after you were out there.
Yes.
I am, as best you remember, was this an email that you sent to NRCB Farms?
Yes, that was an email I sent to Mr. Jacobson as a result of my site inspection out there. During my site inspection, Mr. Jacobson indicated to me that he wanted to apply for an NRCB permit for that facility. He wanted to be able to do that because he indicated to me that they're a growing family operation, and it was possibly a site that maybe his son would take over someday. So based on my discussion from him that day and the fact that he said that he rarely feeds cattle during the grazing period at that operation, I wanted him to have the ability, without any type of compliance action hanging over him, to try and pursue his NRCB permit.
Okay.
Because that's what he indicated to me that he wanted to do.
And would it be fair to say that pursuing an NRCB permit is one of the possibilities that you refer to in the second paragraph of this email?
Yes, correct. Yes.
Do you want to talk about any of the other? So it says that you discussed these with Ms. Wilson, who is the approval officer, as you just said, some of the possibilities at the facility going forward. What were the possibilities? Do you recall?
Yeah, like I think I kind of touched on that earlier in my conversation to this panel about like some of the conversations that we'll have with operators when they let's say, for example, if they're operating confined feeding operation. And so I wasn't sure exactly how Mr. Jacobson wanted to, pursue this. He did indicate he wanted to obtain an NRCB permit. But the possibilities would have been also that he could operate this facility as a seasonal feeding and bedding site, or as a cow-calf operation. So those might have been some of his possibilities at that time, as it were.
Okay, and I have no doubt Mr. Jacobson will help us out with that part of it as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Seward, I wonder if I could just ask you a few questions. And just for the panel's planning purposes, I probably have a few questions for Mr. Seward and maybe two for Mr. Etchegaray, so I'm hoping to wrap it up pretty soon. Okay, Mr. Seward, have you ever been to the NRCB site?
No, I have not.
Okay. Have you discussed the site with the approval officer?
Yes, I have.
And when would that have been?
Oh, I think there was a discussion when she first took over the file because the previous inspector had left, the previous approval officer had left. We had a brief discussion. I can't recall the exact words of that discussion, but I did know we had a discussion as to how we got the file, kind of what the file's about as she took it over.
Okay, thank you. Document manager, could we go to exhibit 15, please? And this is the field services submission, and we're going to go to some familiar photographs, which would be appendices 1, 2, and 3. Look at that. Okay. Have you had an opportunity to look at this photo as well as the two other ones that make up appendices 1 through 3?
Yes, I have.
Okay. I just want to ask you a few questions about this. So we've heard from Ms. Peddle how she got this photo, why she picked the date she did, and kind of some of the things that she observed about this photo. Is there anything additional, again, keeping in mind that one of the main issues in this hearing is that distinction between seasonal feeding bedding sites and confined feeding operation sites? Are there any additional observations that you would offer to the panel relating to this photo to begin with?
Sure. If I look at this photo, there does appear to be different management styles. if we look at the area to the far left or the far west side, again, Approval Officer Peddle had commented about the little blotches, the light spots in those pens, which could indicate bedding sites, or it could indicate round bale feeding sites. And if you look at the 3 pen, well, it's 1 pen now, kind of in the center at the top of the photograph, that pen doesn't have those kind of features in it. So that tells me there's a different management practice. Also in the center of the photo, again, you can see corrals with sheds attached to them. And again, that contrast or those lighter colors in through there, indicating a different management practice or a bedding practice or a round bale feeding practice.
Yeah, sorry. So I'm gonna need some help knowing where the sheds are. Is this like when you look at this photo and there's a title Appendix 1 Google Earth April 7, is it, tell me what word it is under that you're talking about the area.
Actually, if you go to Range Road and go straight left to Range Road, that area where it says
Okay.
Range straight west through there, you can see some small pens. You can see some shelters with those attached with those pens.
Okay. So the pens that you're talking about at this minute are different from the pens that are the subject of this application. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you. Was there anything else that you wanted to add about this photo before we move to the next one?
The only other thing is there doesn't appear to be any animals in it at this April 7th time period.
Okay, yeah, sometimes hard to tell. Okay, so the next one, thank you, document manager. I'm gonna have the same question for this photograph. This one is labeled July of 2015.
Yep, same thing. There's no animals in the pens. We got the grain bin storage on the top right-hand side, the 2 areas there, and that's about it.
Okay. Okay, and then the last photo, well, the third photo, 2021, which is Appendix 3 of our submission. Sorry, go ahead.
The third photo, there is animals in the pens. Now the grain bin storage area is all gone. The grain bins are moved, and those areas are now populated with animals, it appears like. And now we also see some kind of bed pack or lighter contrast area in 3 of those 4 pens.
Okay. Having reviewed these 3 photos and acknowledging there's a 4th photo in the technical document, did you want to look at that 4th photo in the technical document?
Sure.
Okay, so it's Exhibit 2, page 4 of 63. There it is. Okay, so we've looked at the 3 that were appendices and then this photo, which has some markings on it. Is there anything that you could say about the evolution of the site just from the 4 photos?
Well, I guess it's the grain bin storage area where, it's pens and then it's grain bins and then maybe back to pens. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. And then back to Exhibit 15. This is Appendix 6, which is a photo from labeled as September 24th, 2024. Did you go out on that date to the site?
No, I did not.
No, okay. You had told us you hadn't been to the site. Now, just looking at the photo, and these are the east pens that are in that. These are the east pens. How do I ask this question? I guess I want to ask this question. If you could just keep this photo in your mind, and then document manager, could we go to the seasonal feeding bedding site CFO policy, which is Exhibit 9. And then I think it's like the second last page. I'm looking for table 2. So table 2, I guess maybe I should back up and ask you a little bit about this policy. The policy's out there for everybody to read. I know they've all read every word of it. I'll just ask you in general terms, when you have information about a site and you have to determine, is it a CFO, is it an SFBS, or something else? Where do you start that inquiry?
The first place would be the decision tree of the document, kind of the flow chart.
Okay, that would
And
be
you-
a couple pages before that, do you think?
Yes,
Before
it
this?
is.
Okay,
So we could just scroll up. I could walk through it. Right there. Yep.
okay, PDF page 12 for the transcript.
So yeah, when you're assessing a site, you would start here and you would just start asking kind of the questions as you go through this kind of decision tree. And the decision tree will ultimately take you to a CFO, a seasonal feeding and bedding site, or further down into the policy, into the two tables, table 1 or table 2.
Okay, so let's say that feeding does not occur between July 1st and September 15th. Let's say it's not a cow-calf facility used outside the grazing period only, and it's not adjacent to a CFO. That takes us to table 2, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. So there's table 2. Table 1 is related to adjacent sites, but we'll just focus on table 2. So I see a list of generic factors and then typical characteristics of a CFO and a seasonal feeding and bedding site. So if you need to go back to the photo, we can. We were just looking at a photo from September of 2024. And my question to you, Mr. Seward, is going to be, when you look at that photo, are there any factors in this table, so the factors being listed on the left, that you can kind of derive from that photo? Does it give you some information that would help you with this table? And maybe document manager, we could just move back to the September 2024 photo, which is in exhibit 15. Page 19, maybe. Okay, it's going to be appendix 6, so it's going to be a little ways down still. Okay, I was wrong about 19, clearly wrong. There it is. Thank you, thank you. Okay, Mr. Seward, if we could have 2 screens going at once, that would be the best, but we don't. So I have a feeling that you know those factors in table 2 pretty well. Could you talk to me about this photo in relation to table 2?
Yes. So the obvious factor is the vegetation. There is vegetation has been established in that pen. You can see it. In my experience, vegetation is really an indicator of density and timing. If you have lots of animals in a small space for a long time, it's hard to get vegetation to establish if it doesn't get a sufficient rest period and there's no compaction of the soil. So this shows me that there is vegetation there. Therefore, the practice is it's got a rest period and maybe it wasn't too heavily populated. The other thing that you can kind of look at, and on the right side of that photo, you'll see a panel. There's a couple panels there that form the fence line. And where those 2 panels join, there's a double post and a chain wrapped around it. That's typical of portable paneling. So operators will buy portable feed bunks or portable panels. They're made out of drill stem. They set them all up and they chain them together. And that's when you get a double post side by side with a chain wrap around it. It's the start of one panel and the beginning of another panel, or the end of one panel and the start of another panel. So it does kind of show some portability there in that these aren't, in the background, you can see slab fences. Those are posts that are probably pounded in the ground or cemented in the ground. Those are permanent infrastructure, are not moved easily, where these bunks are probably moved easily.
Thank you so much. Just a couple of questions more. I wonder if we could bring up Exhibit 16. This is the Noranden Farms submission again, and I imagine Mr. Jacobson will also be able to help us with this, but I just thought I would ask you the questions. Yeah, this document too. Perfect. Questions that just purely looking at the document, and then I'm sure Mr. Jacobson can help us out with the rest of this. So this is document 2 in Exhibit 16. I wonder if you could make, I don't know if it's possible to make the screen a little bit smaller, just so we could see all the numbers at once. Oh, perfect. Thank you. I hope everybody can see that. So Mr. Seward, just looking at these numbers, what, if anything, do they tell you about this operation?
Okay. So the first thing they tell me is that the threshold numbers in AOPA have been exceeded. They use the term winter backgrounding. So backgrounding can be a term referred to as a practice, which means operators that bring in small, lightweight cattle in the fall, feed them through the winter, and they're up to a weight in the early spring where they could either go to a feedlot or out to pasture. A lot of operators also refer to those animals that are in that process as backgrounding animals. So it can be a practice or it can be an animal. But regardless, as far as a backgrounding animal, you know, a 400 to a 900 pound weight, we would consider those beef feeders under AOPA. And the threshold for beef feeders under AOPA, you know, that needs a permit is 200. So this would exceed all of those through all of those time periods. The other thing is in 2021, 2022, something happened, you know, double the herd, 1,600 fed there where before it's been 800 or 400. And then also in 2022, there was some summer feeding of another 800 head.
Okay. That's helpful. And my last question, which might be your favorite one, is what is the optimal time of year to visit a site to assess if it is a seasonal feeding bedding site or a CFO or something else?
Yeah, we go back to vegetation. So it's important to be at the site prior to animals going out. So late in the fall, after summer, to assess whether the vegetation was established. Some people who seed it, they go in and seed it to oats or seed it to barley. Some people let the weeds or some volunteer grain grow in there to vegetate it. But it's important to assess then what's the structures look like, is there portable, and then is there vegetation established? Would be the first inspection, the most important one.
Okay. And this is actually a question for Mr. Echegare. If you're an approval officer and you get an application, and this is one of the issues you have to look at, and it's I don't know, November, let's say, and you can't wait another 8 months, 9 months to issue your permit or deny it. What would you do as what guidance would you give that approval officer?
Look for any available information, as Ms. Petal have done. Look at air photos, Google Earth. Also check the database. Talk to the county. Have communication either with the development officer or the ag fieldman about knowledge that they have. Check the MDP, IDP, any planning documents. Normally, if we are going to do a ground fire determination, official one, we put an advertisement in the newspaper about this person is wanting to increase animal numbers, but also he is claiming a ground fire determination of certain animals, and we ask neighbors to comment about it. So we get information from neighbors as well.
Okay, and just to follow up on the database, you said that an approval officer might look in the database. Just for people who don't get to see this incredible database that we have, what kind of stuff do we have and what would you see in there? What might you see in there?
There is a history. You can put the land location of an operation and you see history. So there might be complaints, there might be previous communication with potential applicants, previous application that never went through.
Okay.
There is also photos for site visit, right? Like either inspectors or approval officer have done previous site visits and they take photos, we put them there. And it might happen that the inspector or approval officer have been at the site at different time of the year. So that's a good way to capture also the vegetation or the status of a field.
Right. And just for clarification, the way you're speaking, it sounds like both, it's not just applications that uses this database and has access to it. Is it also compliance?
It
Okay.
is a field services, so we share the information. There is a
Okay.
tab for application and a tab for compliance, but there is also general information, and we can share both sides. Yes.
Thank you. While I have you talking, have you ever been out to this NRCB site?
No, I have not.
Okay. And as manager of applications, what is your role in approval officers' files and decisions such as this one?
The main one is to review the final decision for consistency of decision across the province. It's a big province and there is approval officer everywhere, but also to support approval officers about different options where to go, especially when there's complications to discuss and stuff. The decision at the end is the approval officers, but they have access to support from managers, legal counsel, and other approval officers.
Thank you so much. I think I just have one question. So this is Exhibit 15, which is the field services submission. Back at paragraph 14, this is a database entry from June of 2023 that Mr. Schindel previously spoke about. Wonderful. Actually, that second page would be perfect. There at the top of PDF page 8 of 63. And in the first full paragraph that you see here, it starts, Matthew indicated that he talked to an approval officer. Any idea who that was?
I believe that one was the previous approval officer, Caitlin Wilson.
Okay, and Mr. Jacobson may remember as well. So I just wanted to ask you about that as well. And then Exhibit 16, PDF page 1. And I'm looking at paragraph 4-ish. The paragraph starts, this CFO has been operating since the late 1960s. Then it goes on to talk about a farm environmental plan and guidelines under the Natural Resources Conservation Board. Is this, Mr. Echegaray, is this something that the NRCB does, the farm environmental plan and guidelines?
No, we don't do that.
Okay, do you know who does?
So a few years ago, there was a program by Alberta Agriculture in association with the federal government. At that time, it was called Growing Forward. Then it went to Growing Forward 2. And lately, I think now it's called Sustainable Canadian Agriculture Partnership. And there were some programs there to improve the environment and through manure management. So applicants to that program needed to go to fill one of these plans, and I think the municipalities, the ag fillment, helped them to fill those ones. But
Okay.
a requirement to get some of those fundings is that they needed to get an application with the NRCB and a permit eventually, and
Okay.
then those funds were granted.
Okay, but the permitting and the farm environmental plan and guidelines, two different things, is that right?
Absolutely.
Okay, perfect. I think those are all the questions that I have. I didn't ask Mr. Schindel this question, but Mr. Schindel, is there anything, especially in your evidence that I have missed that you think would be useful for the panel to know in this hearing?
I think you covered everything, Ms. Vance.
Okay, thank you so much. Just one. It's too many. I should really not be doing this in paper, but I do it in paper because I'm old fashioned. So this is the evidence of field services, and of course, my witnesses realize that there will be questions coming from the other parties, and they will stay on and understand that they are still affirmed for that purposes. I just wanted to add one thing, which is not evidence, but it just refers to evidence. Vulcan County had sought clarification about MDS, and that's in their review submission, which is Exhibit 13. And I'm not going to give evidence. I just wanted to draw the county's attention to a couple part of the decision documents that I hope will help. One is Exhibit 1, which is Decision Summary LA25027, PDF page 4, and it's part 6. The other one is Exhibit 2, which is Technical Document LA25027, and that is PDF pages 16 to 18 of 63. And I hope that you will find your clarification that you're seeking there. And of course, if anybody has questions about MDS relating to this file, Ms. Petal's happy to answer those questions. So I will, that concludes our direct portion of the evidence. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vance, and all of your witnesses. We've been sitting for a while. I think that everyone might appreciate a bit of a stretch. My clock on my computer says it's 11:16. I'm going to suggest that we resume at 11:25, and at that time we'll begin questions for field services.
Before we break, Madam Chair, I just wanted to remind my witnesses that they are still under oath, as it were, and we are not to discuss evidence amongst yourselves or with me until you can talk about the weather. You can talk about the weather, which is always topical, especially in Lethbridge today, but you cannot talk about your testimony until you're done.
Thank you, Ms. Vance. Panel, we can just go to our breakout room. has returned. So we will resume. The next portion of the hearing are questions for field services about their presentation. And the first party to ask field services questions is NRCB Farms. Mr. Jacobson, if you have any questions for field services, please begin.
Yes, hello, everyone. I don't have any particular questions. What those people have explained has been the process that I've experienced since these officers were part of this application. Originally, this application does date back to the beginning of 2016, my first application to the NRCB. There's more history there than what was discussed, but at this point, I don't have any questions for anyone in particular at this point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jacobson. Certainly, you will have an opportunity when you present your direct evidence to provide us any additional background information that you feel. You mentioned 2016 and such, so that would be the best time to address that. Okay, Vulcan County, do you have any questions for field services?
Ann Erickson with Vulcan County. No, we do not have any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Village of Arrowwood, do you have any questions for field services?
No, we have no questions at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, board panel and staff. And for the board panel, Mr. Smith, we'll start with you, please.
Mr. Smith, I think you're on mute.
I'm sorry. It's Rich Smith. My first question for field services, you will have noted that Vulcan County's hearing submission, Exhibit 13, indicates that it is seeking clarification as to whether minimum distance separation, MDS, requirements were assessed as part of the technical review of the application, or whether such considerations were deemed not applicable on the basis that the operation was evaluated as existing. Ms. Vance did note where in the decision documents information could be found, but could you please comment on this statement and provide clarification for this request as to whether the MDS requirements were assessed?
And this would be a question for Ms. Peddle, I think.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, as Ms. Vance stated, MDS requirements were assessed, and as I wrote in my decision summary, MDS requirements were met to neighboring residences.
Thank you. And the actual assessment, it is in the decision summary, or was it done in the technical document?
It was done in the technical document.
Okay, thank you. If I could have the document manager please pull up Exhibit 15. I'm looking for paragraph 9, which is, I believe, PDF page 5 or 6. Perfect. That is right there. Thank you. So paragraph 9 states the NRCB has no record of any permits issued by Vulcan County prior to 2002 or by the NRCB after January 1st, 2002. The NRCB has not done an investigation to determine whether the site has a deemed grandfathered permit under Section 18.1 of the Agricultural Operation Practices Act and has not been asked to do so. My question is, given that there were prior cattle feeding operations at this site of some type and some pens in place here before Part 2 of AOPA came into force, isn't an examination of whether this was a deemed permit situation something that needed to be done in order to reach the conclusion in September 2024 that a permit application was required.
Mr. Smith, I don't know if it would be helpful to have me direct that question to one of my witnesses or whether you wanted to direct it.
I would presume I'm fine with you directing it, Ms. Vance.
Okay, and I'm going to suggest that probably Ms. Peddle would be the one to answer that.
Would you mind repeating the question again,
Sure.
please?
There were cattle feeding operations here before the Agricultural Operation Practices Act came into force, and including some penning. Isn't an examination of whether this was actually a deemed permit or grandfathering situation something that needed to be done in order to reach the conclusion in September 2024 that a permit application was required?
I never, as I said in that that database entry, I didn't necessarily require Mr. Jacobson to get a permit. And as I pointed out in my decision summary, I did look at, is this a possibility of a deemed permit being established here? And my determination was that there was no deemed or grandfathered permit here, based on, as I said, aerial imagery, my discussions with the operator about how the site had operated. So I did look at, is there a case of grandfathering here? And I determined that no, there is not.
Okay, so thank you. Going further, section 11.1, and this again would be for Ms. Peddle or Mr. Schindel. Section 11.1 of the AOPA Administrative Procedures Regulation directs an inspector to conduct an investigation about grandfathering in response to a complaint where determination of the existence of a deemed permit is required. So given that there was a complaint about potential unauthorized construction in May 2023, can you comment on whether that should have triggered a grandfathering investigation at that time?
I'm gonna suggest that maybe Mr. Schindel start with that.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Yes. I believe it was June 5th or 9th. I can't recall the exact date. Before my site inspection at Mr. Jacobson's place, we had a brief discussion about grandfathering. And I in fact, emailed Mr. Jacobson the grandfathering documents. When I attended there on June 23rd, 2023, I discussed grandfathering with Mr. Jacobson, and Mr. Jacobson indicated to me that he didn't think he had the ability to have that operation grandfathered, although he had cattle there periodically since the 1980s. He didn't really consider himself to be a grandfather operation, I guess, because he didn't really operate that way. He told me he normally grazed the cattle during the grazing period, and so that opportunity was given to him, and the discussion on that day was had in that manner. But I told Mr. Jacobson that, like, after I emailed him the documents, that he could fill out the grandfathering request if he wanted to try and get a deemed permit. But it was a very short discussion, and that was essentially the extent of it.
Thank you. That answers that question well. And I'm hearing that there was some consideration of grandfathering and discussion of grandfathering, and but Ms. Peddle had said previously there was no formal grandfathering determination made, and that's where this line of questioning is going. Moving on, section 2.5.2 of the Intermunicipal Development Plan, Exhibit 12, states that existing CFOs in the CFO exclusion zone may continue and may expand in accordance with AOPA. And again, in consideration of the Intermunicipal Development Plan, would that not trigger the need for a formal grandfathering determination? And I think that question might be best answered by Ms. Peddle.
We typically don't initiate grandfathering determinations on our own motion. It's usually the operator of the site that would request a grandfathering.
Okay, thank you. And now if I could have paragraph 13 of Exhibit 15, please. Thank you. So if we move on to the next page. Yes, the paragraph that starts in 2020, 2021, and this is just clarification. There appears to be an incorrect word there in the third sentence that said the 2 easterly pens were converted from grain bin sitting, and I don't think that's the correct word. Can you suggest what that word should be there?
And I think the question would go to Mr. Schindel. Although this is not his entry.
I know that it isn't, yes.
Okay.
Mr. Smith, I'm not sure what the word should be in place of that. The Middle West pen that previously used. It seems like I don't want to speak on what the former inspector thought, I guess. You know, I'm not sure. Sorry, I can't answer that.
But it's probably fairly safe to say that the key points in that question is the pens were converted from some sort of grain bin, siting or storage back into containing cattle. Is that how you would interpret that?
That's one possible interpretation, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Now, the last sentence of that paragraph, and again, this was from a previous inspector, makes the point that follow up on the intermunicipal development plan, the historical use of the site, perhaps grandfathering, and whether or not the CFO is considered abandoned was needed. Was any of this follow-up work undertaken? And if so, what were the results of this work?
Is that for myself, Mr. Smith? Sorry.
Yes, I please, because you had done a subsequent inspection.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Well, my question was with respect to that follow-up work on the historical use, perhaps grandfathering, the intermunicipal development plan, whether or not the CFO is considered. My question was any of that follow-up work undertaken?
Not from my perspective. I provided Mr. Jacobson with the grandfathering request forms. So my impression is that a grandfathering request is initiated by the operator. And so in terms of any other follow-up work, from my perspective at that point, I didn't do any further follow-up work just because of that Mr. Jacobson had indicated to me that he was interested in applying for an NRCB permit. And he also indicated to me that he didn't think he would have the ability, that site would have the ability to be grandfathered.
Okay, thank you for that question. This is a question, I believe, from Ms. Peddle. You've shown 3 Google Earth images from times previous to 20, or 2 of them from 2002 and 2015. Can you comment on what you think the operation looked like between the period in the late 1980s when the cattle operation was started again and 2020, 2021?
I can't comment on that. I can only comment back on the first image that I was able to obtain, which was the April 2002 image. I don't know what the site looked like prior to that.
Okay. Thank you. And finally, Ms. Peddle, do you believe that you have sufficient information at present to provide a conclusion on whether this operation actually would hold a deemed permit under Section 18.1 of AOPA?
No, I don't believe there's enough information to determine if this has a deemed permit under AOPA.
Thank you. That's all of my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I have a few questions, and the first couple, I believe, are probably for Mr. Schindel. The May and June 2023 inspections were prompted by a complaint about unauthorized construction of a CFO. Can you tell me if a conclusion was reached whether unauthorized construction had occurred?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't pursue the unauthorized construction at that point in time for a few different reasons. The first reason was that Mr. Jacobson had indicated to me he wanted to apply for an NRCB permit. Mr. Jacobson and I had, a friendly and cordial conversation. He was very good to deal with, and he was cooperative in the fact that he just said a few times that he was interested in getting that facility permitted. Number two was I didn't pursue it further because Mr. Jacobson and the area in general were dealing with a significant drought issue. As inspectors, we do have some discretion when we're dealing with potential compliance issues, especially with regard to unauthorized construction, as to whether or not, we want to pursue that unauthorized construction file in terms of like, what are we going to do here? And I understood Mr. Jacobson at that time was in a significant bind because he needed to feed these animals, given the drought conditions that the whole area was experiencing. And so, based on his submission that he was going to be feeding those animals, yes, during the grazing period, but for a short period of time, from June until the end of August, and based on his further submissions that wasn't his normal practice, he usually indicated to me he usually grazed those animals during the grazing period. My concerns about unauthorized construction at the time were somewhat quite alleviated based on all of those facts. So because he did in fact go through the permitting process, I left the unauthorized construction part of it alone for the time being, to provide him the ability to just deal with his file in that manner instead of having a potential order written against him. So dealing compliance and dealing with the approval officer.
Thank you, Mr. Schindel. Could I please have Exhibit 15 up? And my next couple questions are probably addressed to Ms. Peddle. And if we can look at paragraph 18, we've seen this already today. And in that paragraph, it contains the statement, I told him I would talk with the inspector as it was not clear to me why he was told he needs a permit. And Ms. Peddle, I'm just wondering what that lack of clarity was based on. Was it because of information that the operator provided you at the site? Maybe suggesting it was seasonal feeding and bedding site, or were you thinking this might be a deemed AOPA permit situation, or perhaps a CFO below AOPA approval thresholds? I'm just wondering, what the lack of clarity was, what your thought process was.
Yeah, the lack of clarity to me was based on how he told me he operated the site, and historically how he operated the site. At that time, during my site visit, to me, it seemed like it was a seasonal feeding and bedding site. And that's how it had always operated.
Okay, thank you. And you had commented already that after the site, you spoke with the inspector. And then there was a follow-up email on September 25th, 2024. And these have already been somewhat mentioned in your conversations with Ms. Vance. But it said the site needed a permit because above threshold numbers of cattle are purchased to be fed at the site. Can you kind of explain what changes when that happens?
Yes. So when you start purchasing above threshold numbers, it changes how you manage the operation, which shows intent to, likely to operate as a CFO.
Okay, so the decision summary and the field services hearing submission isn't ultimately, I'll say ultimately clear to the panel whether field services considers this site as it's now being operated a seasonal feeding and bedding site or an authorized CFO. Can you clarify field services position on the status of the file?
This is Fiona Vance. I'm not 100% sure who would answer that question. You're asking the position of what it is today and
Yeah,
March 30th of 2026.
sure. Let's go with that.
Okay. Maybe I'll start with Mr. Seward just to provide some background, unless.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Okay.
I can see if I can stumble through this a little bit, but yeah. So as far as the status of the operation now, we've heard throughout this hearing that there is some area where the grain bins were, and then they've changed to pens. So it would depend on the current operation of those facilities. And if we use our seasonal feeding and bedding guideline, if Mr. Jacobson wants to use those newly developed pens to increase his cow herd, he does not require a permit for that. He can do that and there's no issue. If he starts custom feeding, or as we talked here, purchasing cattle outside of his cow herd, then that gets rid of the cow-calf exemption that's allowed under our seasonal feeding and bedding policy. And then the question comes into, has he crossed the line and now may need a permit? And then you fall into the table 2 factors. So going forward, depending on the results of this hearing, we may have to go out and reassess the management of that area and see, is it just for the cow-calf herd or is it more confined feeding? I don't know if that helps at all.
Okay, thank you. I have a what if for whichever of your witnesses feels best to answer this one, Ms. Vance. If this site is now considered an unauthorized CFO after previously being considered a seasonal feeding and bedding site, what has or would or should have changed at the site to warrant this change in status from seasonal feeding and bedding to CFO?
I am thinking maybe Ms. Petal will start this one and maybe Mr. Schindel can chime in as well, if that's acceptable.
Sure.
Could you repeat your question again? Sorry.
Sure. If the site is now considered an unauthorized CFO, but previously was a seasonal feeding and bedding site, what has or would have changed at the site and the operation to warrant this change in its status?
It would be, I believe, the feeding of livestock above AOPA threshold, and also feeding during the grazing period, and also the density at which livestock are fed to warrant this being a CFO over a seasonal feeding and bedding site.
Okay. And one last question for me. If the denial of this application is upheld, would NRCB Farms be able to continue using the site as a seasonal feeding and bedding site? And what, if any, conditions would be imposed on the site?
This one I might direct towards Mr. Schindel, as I believe it would be in his territory. as a compliance matter?
Sure. Yes, Madam Chair, I do believe that he could operate this site as a seasonal feeding and bedding site if he went along with a lot of the factors that we have in table 2. And so table 2 is based on 9 factors, and it's kind of a sliding scale in terms of whether or not it's more characteristic of a confined feeding operation or whether or not it's more characteristic of a seasonal feeding and bedding site. And so that determination, I guess, will be made on those 9 factors in that table. And if he was in compliance or if he was more in line with the seasonal feeding and bedding site sliding scale end of things, he could potentially operate the site without a permit as a seasonal feeding and bedding site. Yes.
Okay, and if it was operated as a seasonal feeding and bedding site, would there be any conditions imposed on its use?
I'm not sure if there would be conditions imposed on its use. I'm under the impression that we can impose conditions. The NRCB can impose conditions under a permitted facility as part of their permitted operating conditions. However, like with a seasonal feeding and bedding site, we would just probably look at whether or not it was a risk to the environment or not in terms of its overall management and operation of the facility. Yes.
And Madam Chair, not to interfere, but I wonder if Mr. Seward also might be able to help with that answer.
Yeah, so the cow-calf operation that Mr. Jacobson runs does not need a permit, and as long as it's run according to our seasonal feeding policy as a pure cow-calf operation, there's no permit required for that, and there'd be no conditions other than he operates as a pure cow-calf operation. If he's going to use seasonal feeding and bedding and use that to feed purchased cattle, then he does go into table 2. And then the requirements would be that he proves to us that he meets table 2 requirements on an annual basis. That, it's portable, it's vegetated, etc., as to the factors in table 2. That would be the conditions that we would pose on him going forward if he wants to be classified strictly as a seasonal feeding and bedding site.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Seward. And that's the end of my questions. I believe Mr. Stepanek has some questions.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to go back on a couple of questions that were asked previously to see if I can get some additional clarity. So going back to the question about the complaint about unauthorized construction potentially triggering the need for a grandfathering determination. As Mr. Smith noted, Section 11 of the Agricultural Operation Practices Act Administrative Procedures Regulation says, amongst other things, in response to a complaint where a determination of the existence of a deemed permit is required, an inspector shall conduct an investigation to determine the capacity of a confined feeding operation that was in place on January 1st, 2002. So I think this question is for Mr. Schindel. Mr. Schindel, are you satisfied that you discharged your responsibility under that provision? And before you answer that, I do know that the grandfathering deemed permit policy talks about an inspector using their judgment to determine whether all parts of a grandfathering determination are required to respond to a complaint.
Yeah, I can answer that question. So at that time, I did not consider his facility as unauthorized construction. I didn't consider that like that because of the way that Mr. Jacobson was operating. He told me he normally operated as a grazing operation. He very rarely fed cattle there during the grazing period. And it appeared to me that most of that site he operated like a seasonal feeding and bedding site, except for that one isolated moment in time during that grazing period from June 2023 to August 2023. He was in a dire situation in terms of the drought conditions. He was interested in applying for an NRCB permit. And just let me review my notes here for 1 second, please. Yeah, and he had mentioned that those cattle are usually out on grass. And so on that basis, I didn't really consider it to be unauthorized at that point in time because of that information.
But Mr. Schindel, maybe I'm not being clear. Like I'm not at this point, I'm not so concerned about whether there was unauthorized construction or not. What I'm trying to get at is, as I read this provision, it says when you receive a complaint about unauthorized operation, the section seems to suggest that you must conduct a grandfathering. That you must conduct a grandfathering investigation. So what I'm concerned about is, are we missing a formal grandfathering investigation that should have occurred as a response to the complaint that led you to the site in the first place?
I'm not sure. I think the complaint, that it was kind of a twofold complaint. So yes, there was unauthorized construction. My impression was that if I found there to be unauthorized construction, that I would need to conduct an investigation into a grandfathering. I understand it says complaint, and so I investigated the complaint on the basis of the information that I had at the time. And I proceeded on that basis in terms of determining that time that there was not unauthorized construction.
Thank you. One of the questions that was put earlier was, do you have sufficient information at present to provide a conclusion on whether this operation holds a deemed approval by operation of Section 18.1 of AOPA? And I believe the answer was there's not enough information. Can someone comment on what kind of information is missing? What kind of information do we need to come to a firm conclusion about that?
And Mr. Stepanek, I'm going to suggest that Mr. Seward might be a good place to start with that.
Could you just repeat the last part of your question, please?
So we've heard that there's not enough information before all of us right now to make a determination about whether this operation holds a deemed approval by operation of Section 18.1 of the legislation. My question is, what's missing? What do we need? What would we need to come to a definitive conclusion about that?
Yeah, so there's two types of grandfathering processes within the NRCB. One is called a standalone grandfathering process, and one is one done through applications. So standalones are usually done through the compliance side, and basically it's this. It's a site where we get a complaint on, and we go out and we make a determination, is there unauthorized construction, and we may do a grandfathering determination, or the operator comes to us and says, hey, I've always been here, I want a grandfathering determination done. The second one is one that's done through applications, through the application process. We don't usually double up and try and do both at the same time. We usually tell the operator, what's your intent? Do you want a permit? If so, there's no use doing a standalone grandfathering determination through compliance. You might as well do it through the application process. So it's up to the operator as to which way they would rather go. As far as this site, one of our processes in grandfathering is to do public notice. So we've got away from interviewing people and doing that. So we would public notice to say, does anybody else have any information on how this site was operated? Kelsey has testified that, we don't have air photos back to 1980. So we may need some more information as exactly what was happening on January 1st, 2002 to see how it was managed and what facilities were there.
Okay. Is there information before, let me start over. So there's some suggestion, there's a position set out in field services written hearing submission, Exhibit 15, that an unauthorized CFO does not equate to an existing CFO within the meaning of the IDP. So when I hear that submission, when I see that submission, it appears to me that there's some suggestion here that field services had a view that there was an unauthorized CFO in place at the time the IDP was made. Is there any evidence of that?
It's not my place to give evidence. I'm wondering if you can be more specific where you find that position. Might help us.
Bear with me.
And I might be able to help if you would like that.
Sure, help me, Ms. Vance.
I'm thinking it might be paragraph 4, which summarizes the parts of the brief. Part A.
Yeah, well, and forgive me because perhaps I'm misunderstanding Part C of your submission, but the thrust of Part C of the submission indicates that a unauthorized CFO cannot be an existing CFO within the meaning of the IDP. And in order to take that, like the rationale for taking that position seems to me some suggestion that field services either was firmly of the view that this was an unauthorized CFO or was afraid of that possibility. So if you grant me that, my question is, does field services have any evidence that there was an unauthorized CFO in place at the time the IDP was made? So maybe just focus on the second part of that question. is there any evidence that there was an unauthorized CFO here at the time the IDP was made?
Which I believe was 2020, 2021. I think I'll maybe start with Mr. Schindel, who was not here in 2021.
Mr. Stepanek, your question, is there any evidence that this was an authorized CFO within the IDP that was made in 2021? Is that correct?
Does field services have any evidence
Yes.
that there was an unauthorized CFO here at the time the IDP was made, whatever the date is in 2021?
I don't really have an answer for your question, to tell you the truth. I'm not sure if there is any evidence that determination was made or not, that it's an authorized CFO. I'm not sure.
Okay. I'm going to stick with these next few questions also relate to Part C of Field Services Submission, Exhibit 15. If the applicable municipal development plan land use provisions clearly allowed an existing seasonal feeding and bedding operation to become a CFO, and for that subsequent CFO to be exempt from the CFO exclusion zone, there would be no IDP inconsistency, correct? And I think that's a question for Ms. Peddle.
Or Mr. Echegre, possibly.
I'm happy with either.
Yeah,
Both.
I can answer that. So, so there is a question here about, I think you're calling it an authorized CFO, but I think the question is that the municipalities, both of them, have, for planning purposes, have determined that there is an existing operation, and they're calling it unlicensed CFO. So I think for planning, for land use planning purposes, they identify this operation in the two documents, in the MDP, in the IDP. But even in knowing the planning document, but some of the letters that Noranden had provided, both municipalities said, I hope you can use this letter when you apply to the NRCB to actually get them granted. So I don't know if that's what you're asking, Mr. Stepanek.
I'm sorry, I guess I haven't been clear. Put aside what the IDP actually says for the moment, just for the moment. Let's pretend that the IDP said an existing seasonal feeding and bedding operation is allowed to become a CFO and can exist in the CFO exclusion zone. If that's what the IDP said, you'd agree there would be no IDP inconsistency in that situation.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Yeah.
Now, I think this question is clearly for Ms. Peddle. Did you consider what that sort of hypothetical that I just put out? Did you consider whether that was the municipality's intent here? Do you think that they intended to allow a pre-existing seasonal feeding and bedding operation to continue and become a CFO and not be offside the IDP?
My interpretation of that would be the intent would be for any existing CFO, whether it was a deemed CFO or a permitted CFO, could expand. I don't believe the intent was for a seasonal feeding and bedding site to become a CFO.
Okay, thank you. And you've anticipated my next question. Do you think the IDP captures a deemed approval CFO being allowed to continue and expand?
Yes, I believe it does.
And would it contemplate a below approval threshold CFO to continue and expand?
I don't know it would, because if it was below threshold, it wouldn't be an existing CFO under AOPA.
Okay, but and here's where I'm struggling, Ms. Peddle, because I read the definition of confined feeding operation in the Agricultural Operation Practices Act of capturing a CFO regardless of whether it needs a permit or not. So I read it as saying there's such a thing as a confining feeding operation that doesn't require an AOPA approval because it's below threshold, but doesn't mean it's not a CFO. Do you agree with me or not?
That's a great question. My understanding is that if a below threshold operation wishes to become above threshold, then we consider it a new CFO.
But again, okay, and maybe this goes to the heart of your position, but if the IDP contemplated a below approval threshold CFO as being something that could continue and expand to one requiring an approval later, that wouldn't be inconsistent with the IDP, would it?
Are you referring to like a below approval threshold, a below registration threshold, or
Let's make it easy. Below requiring any kind of permit of any kind, registration, it's below threshold, but it existed as per the definition of a confined feeding operation in the Act, but because of the numbers, it didn't require a permit or registration. I'm saying, what if that was something contemplated by the IDP as being an existing CFO that would be allowed to exist in the exclusion zone after it expanded to the number of animals requiring a permit? In that situation, there's no IDP inconsistency.
that's a tough one. As like I said before, it's my understanding that if it's below threshold, regard of needing any kind of permit from the NRCB, it'd be considered new, but that's a tough one to answer.
Okay. I have some questions about paragraph 58 of your hearing submission. Paragraph 58 reads, for operations that confine feedlot livestock at numbers above AOPA thresholds, existing means permitted under AOPA. If existing meant existing in fact under AOPA, then unauthorized construction would be unconstrained. My first question is, and this might be a question for Ms. Vance to answer in her closing argument, is there a prior board decision that clearly agrees with that statement?
I'm not giving evidence, so I can't. I can address that later if that would help, but I can't give evidence on that at this time.
And nobody on the panel can? It's Ms. Vance in closing argument, or
Maybe Mr. Seward. It's probably something that is more in the form of argument than in fact, but I'll maybe give Mr. Seward a chance to read that paragraph.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just flipping through the submissions. What section was that, please?
it's paragraph 58.
For operations that confine feed livestock in numbers of So basically, my interpretation of 58, it says if an operation existed and it's above AOPA threshold, then it means it's permitted under AOPA. But if it existed, and existing meant existing in fact under AOPA, then all construction.
To put the question another way, Mr.
Yeah.
It says for operations that confine feed livestock at numbers above AOPA thresholds, existing must mean permitted under AOPA. So it's a statutory interpretation question. And I'm just asking, is there a prior board decision that agrees with that interpretation?
That says if you existed and you're above AOPA threshold, then it must mean that you're permitted under AOPA. I'm not aware of
Existing
it.
must mean permitted under AOPA.
Yeah. I'm not off the top of my head, I can't think of any board decisions on that. I know there was one in Wheatland County with a colony and swine, but I think that dealt with more capacity. But I'd have to look at that one.
Okay. So that paragraph also says, if existing meant existing in fact, then unauthorized construction would be unconstrained. And my question is, why do you say unconstrained? The tools of education and enforcement under AOPA would still exist and constrain unauthorized construction, would they not?
They would. We'd still have tools to deal with unauthorized construction. That is correct.
What if a municipal land use planning instrument stated explicitly existing in fact, but unpermitted under AOPA CFOs may continue provided they obtain an AOPA approval? Would you agree that a subsequent CFO approval application for the CFO could not be denied by an approval officer based on section 21A of AOPA? There would clearly be no municipal land use provision inconsistency in that circumstance. Would you agree with that?
I might direct that one to Mr. Echegare as a kind of hypothetical.
Can you please repeat it? Are you talking about a specific section here or hypothetical question?
It's a hypothetical,
Okay.
but it also may go to the intent behind the words in this IDP and questions. But let's, for the moment, let's just say that the IDP explicitly said existing in fact, but unpermitted under AOPA CFOs may continue provided they obtain an AOPA approval. There would be no IDP inconsistency in that situation, right?
Yeah, hypothetically, yes, as long as the NRCB determined that it's a CFO. Hypothetically, yes.
Okay. And I think, Ms. Peddle, you've already answered this, but just to be clear, if cattle were confined at this site below threshold numbers requiring an approval or registration at the time the IDP was made, no AOPA approval would have been required, correct?
If they were feeding below AOPA thresholds, that is correct.
And I think I've already asked this question. You said it would be tough. In this scenario, that would be an existing CFO as contemplated by the IDP, would it not?
That's a tough one to answer.
Okay.
As we typically, if it's below threshold, it's not considered a CFO.
would you agree that classifying that kind of CFO as existing poses no risk in terms of incenting unauthorized construction?
Can you repeat that, please?
I'm dealing with the situation of an existing CFO as contemplated by the IDP is one being below the threshold for which an approval or registration is required. Interpreting the IDP as that kind of operation being an existing CFO, that interpretation doesn't pose any type of risk in terms of incenting unauthorized construction. Would you agree with that?
If it was to remain below threshold, I don't believe so.
But in my scenario, the IDB says a below threshold CFO is an existing CFO, and that type of CFO can continue and expand to one requiring an approval. In that situation, you still don't have any type of risk in terms of incenting unauthorized construction, because before expansion, it doesn't require an approval or registration. It's completely onside AOPA. If it expands, it requires an approval. It's going to get an approval. That's allowed under the IDP. In both of those scenarios, there's no incenting of an unauthorized construction, right?
I don't think so.
Okay.
That's hard to answer.
Okay. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm just about at the end, and this is a very lengthy question, and it's a legal question, and it's probably one best answered by Miss Vance in closing argument. But I'm going to put it out here now to flag it for her, and if she thinks a witness can answer it, that's fine too. Part C of your submission sets out a position on statutory interpretation. It refers to the main principle that the words of an act are to be read in their entire context and in their grammatical and ordinary sense, harmoniously with the scheme of the act, the object of the act, and the intention of Parliament. My understanding of this portion of the submission is that you're applying this principle to the meaning of the words existing CFOs. Those words do not appear in Section 21A of AOPA. Section 21A directs the approval officer to make a determination about consistency with municipal land use provisions. The approval officer is directed by the Agricultural Operation Practices Act to interpret text in a municipal development land use provision, or NDP for short. When one does that, don't you need to apply the statutory interpretation principles to the text in the NDP? That is, read the words in the NDP in their entire context and in their grammatical or ordinary sense, harmoniously with the scheme of the NDP, the object of the NDP, and the intention of the municipality that enacted the NDP. In other words, you are not interpreting AOPA, you are interpreting the NDP. Have I got that right?
I may have one question in reply that might assist you, but I think most of that would be a legal. It's this question of statutory interpretation, as you advised.
Okay. Sorry, I do have one apology. I did forget one question. I wanted to follow up on the information in NRCB Farms hearing submission exhibit 16 and document 2, and perhaps if we could put that up. And I think this question is for Mr. Seward. I'm not clear on these winter backgrounding numbers. As I understood your answer, this refers to animal numbers that are being overwintered, fed over winter, with their fate to be determined in the spring in terms of something else, either being put out to pasture or being sold. But if this relates to animals being fed over the winter, that has nothing to do with whether they don't, that doesn't say anything about whether there's a CFO operation, does it?
No, it doesn't, but it would then go through the policy into the factors in table 2. So if you're assessing a site based on winter backgrounding, does it meet the factors in table 2?
Let me look at table 2 for a second. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm still confused because I thought you said that these numbers tell you something about whether this is a confined feeding operation or not.
No, all I said was the numbers indicate that they are above AOPA threshold limits. So,
but that assumes that those animals were confined during the grazing period.
no, because he's saying that he's overwintering. So the first question in the seasonal feeding based policy, are you a CFO? Do you summer feed? Okay, he's not summer feeding. Then we go to cow-calf. Is he a cow-calf operation? And if we exclude his cow-calf operation now, we would then drop into, is it adjacency? And then we drop into table 2. And so this would be some of the factors that we would use in assessing whether those facilities that are being used during the winter months to background would be considered seasonal feeding and bedding based on our policy. And that would fall under the factors of table 2.
Yeah, I'm clearly confused. I'm going to try this one more time, and then I might have to drop it because I can't figure it out. But so, like, if those numbers of animals that are all listed for winter backgrounding for those years, if they're all out on pasture during the summer, and then in the winter you bring them in to feed them, that says nothing about whether this is a CFO, as far as I can tell. You had animals on pasture in the summer, and then you started feeding them in the winter. That tells you nothing about whether this is a CFO.
Right. So you have to go to the table 2 factors as you walk through there. And does it have permanent infrastructure? Did he seed the area? Just because you overwinter does not automatically mean that you don't require a permit and you're not a CFO and you're automatically a seasonal feeding and bedding site. We've assessed these sites based on numerous factors because they are complex sites. So just the fact that you overwintered them doesn't give you an automatic exemption that you're seasonal feeding and bedding. No,
But it also doesn't automatically say that you need a permit.
no, it does not.
Okay, so we're saying the same thing. I'm saying these numbers in and of themselves tell you nothing about whether this is a CFO.
No, they don't.
Okay.
They will say that it's above threshold and it's a type of animal, and then it's just factors to consider in table 2.
Thank you. Those are my questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Stepanek. I promise we'll break for lunch really soon. But Mr. Kennedy, do you have any questions for field services that may help the panel in when we go to deliberate?
Perhaps one, and I think this may have been answered, but just for certainty's sake, I think this question is best directed at Mr. Schindel. You identified and you responded to or inherited the unauthorized construction file. Do I have that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And so in your investigation, you identified what elements may or may not have been constructed without an authorization. Is that fair?
To a limited extent, most of my visit in June of 2023 was a conversation with Mr. Jacobson, including an inspection of the very far west pens in terms of manure runoff. If you're speaking about animal numbers, Mr. Jacobson, I didn't count animals that day. Mr. Jacobson just indicated to me that he had 500 feeders that he was feeding.
Yeah, my question is something else. Is you pass this file on to the approval officer, saying, or with the understanding that Mr. Jacobson was intended to apply for an approval. If that approval is not forthcoming, what follow-up, if any, can you identify in terms of responding to the unauthorized construction? Because I'm assuming that file comes back into your purview.
Potentially, yes, Mr. Kennedy, that's right. And so I would basically have to see how Mr. Jacobson would be operating the site. We might take into account the fact that those pens are now constructed, but we would also have to consider, to be fair to operators, how they intend to manage their site. And so if Mr. Jacobson decided to use that facility as a seasonal feeding and bedding site, and I determined after a site inspection that that's in fact what he was doing, based on the factors in table 2, then Mr. Jacobson could obviously use the facility for that purpose. So that would be the purpose, I guess, of my, in terms of unauthorized construction, looking at the site. If just because he built the pens doesn't necessarily mean that they're unauthorized. I'd have to look at table 2 factors and go through the process with them.
I think those, I do. Mr. Stepanek had a number of questions, and I'm not sure who this one is for. But perhaps Mr. Echegaray and maybe Mr. Seward is you meet with municipalities not infrequently. And during the discussions you have with municipalities, is there an understanding with municipalities as to what a confined feeding operation is? So if there is no lower threshold for it when they put these exclusion zones in, do they consider that a confined feeding operation, or do you have those discussions with municipalities?
I can start with that one, Mr. Kennedy. Most of the municipalities contact us when they're planning their plan document, MDPs and IDPs, and ask us if we can provide them with locations or maps of existing CFOs as NRCB understand them. What record we have. We send those one. We get that information from our database, and we send it to the municipalities. And then when you read MDPs, there are areas where they identify this CFO and they put notes even as identified by NRCB, but sometimes they include some other ones, livestock, and they call it intensive livestock operation. It's not a rule, but they understand that there is a difference between CFO, as NRCB understand, and intensive livestock operation. So we do have data exchange with most of the municipalities.
Okay. And that begs the next question, and perhaps Ms. Vance might respond to this, because I think it might be in the form of an undertaking. Could you respond to the question as to whether in this instance, when the municipality, or both Vulcan County and the village of Arrowwood, the IDP, whether the NRCB was invited to comment as to what existing CFOs existed in the IDP exclusion zone? Did I make myself clear, Ms. Vance?
Yeah, I'm just not sure that we have that knowledge.
I assume, and when Mr. Chegaray said often this occurs, I assume that it's done in writing, and if it's not retrievable, maybe that's the answer. Or if it's not easily identified whether we responded, that may be sufficient as well. But if there is a positive yes, it might be helpful to the panel. If there's a positive unknown, it might be less helpful, but not. I just don't know where it lands. Could you have a look? Maybe accept the undertaking and let me know whether or not it's retrievable. And I don't know that it needs to happen right away. I think this could be something that could come in over the forthcoming days rather than hours.
And I'll just step a little outside of what I'm supposed to be doing at this particular part of the proceedings and suggest also maybe would be a good question for Vulcan County and the village as well.
Yeah, maybe they can.
They may have more information on this than we do.
I just don't want to lose the opportunity to put it to you.
Thank you. I guess, Mr. Echegaray, if you have any information about whether the NRCB was invited to talk to the municipalities about this IDP, I would ask you to answer that.
Unfortunately, I wasn't the manager at the time, so I'm not aware. However, I wonder if Mr. Seward knows, because when we gathered that information, he's the one that gathered the information from the database. He might recall something.
Yeah, I will have a look. I'll have a look over the lunch break to see if there's any entries in the database.
Thank you. And with that, Madam Chair, those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Ms. Vance, will there be a redirect from field services?
I will have one question if you wanted to just tuck that in now.
Sure, let's do that.
So my question is coming off of Mr. Stepanak's questions, and it's directed to Mr. Echegaray, which is, as approval officers work through their files and they read the MDP and they read the IDP, and there's a word that seems kind of important, but it's not defined in the IDP or in the MDP. What kind of guidance would you give approval officers in terms of finding out what that word means?
I'm sorry, Ms. Vance, I'm not sure what is the word that you're talking. Yeah.
Well, for this example, it's the word existing. Sometimes it's the word expanding. Sometimes it's the word, I can't think of any others off the top of my head, but sometimes there are words in the municipal planning documents that not every single word is defined. Sometimes if we're lucky, they are, but sometimes they're not. If you were an approval officer, what would you think about if you wanted to figure out what that word means?
So I would kind of check with the county first. What is interpretation? And then if if it's aligned with what we're saying, right? So if they say there is an existing CFO, if it's an existing CFO as defined by them, but we don't call it an existing CFO, I would advise the approval officer, you make your own determination about if it's a CFO or no, because identified as a CFO, it is a CFO. Is that what you're asking me?
Sort of, yes.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Thank
Yeah.
you. That was the only redirect that I had.
Okay, thank you. And because we had a redirect, we now are going to offer an opportunity for parties who may have questions on the redirect. So we'll start with Mr. Jacobson. Do you have any questions on that?
I don't have any questions as far as the redirect goes. No, thank you.
Vulcan County. I'm not hearing anything from Vulcan County. Village of Arrowwood, Ms. Holloway.
We have none at this time. Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I was muted. May I continue?
Yes,
Sorry.
please.
My apologies. Thank you. Ann Erickson, Vulcan County. We do not have any questions on the redirect, but I just did want to advise that we do have the correspondence when the IDP between the NRCB and Vulcan County. When the IDP was referred to the NRCB, I'm not sure if that's something we should be submitting maybe during the lunch break, if that's of interest to you, or if that just comes as after the hearing. Thank you.
Mr. Kennedy, can you advise the best way to manage that?
Yes, I think if the document could be tabled, we can perhaps add it to our exhibit list, because I think it might be quite relevant to the questions that the panel raised. And I don't know that it may raise questions in itself, but in any event, good starting point is if the document could be tabled, perhaps over the lunch break, to the parties, and then when we resume in the afternoon, we could go through the process of considering whether it's properly an exhibited proceeding, and then move on there. I think it's quite timely, frankly.
Okay, thank you very much. The board panel, Mr. Smith.
I have no questions based on the redirect. Thank you.
Mr. Stepanek.
Nothing for me, Madam Chair.
And I have nothing either. Mr. Kennedy.
Nothing further, thank you.
Okay, it's 1:45. And I think it's a great time for us to take a lunch break now. Does 45 minutes get it done for everybody, or would you rather have an hour?
For field services, we're content at 45 minutes.
Okay. Let's go with 45 minutes. So we will resume at 1:30. Thank you, everyone.
Can I just get some clarification for my witnesses about whether they are still required for their testimony or whether they can step down?
I believe they can step down, Mr. Kennedy.
Yeah, no. Yes, I think it's appropriate that we excuse them, and they'll be a little more comfortable having a conversation over lunch and preparing for the balance of the hearing.
Thank you.
Okay, see you at 1:30. had a chance to grab some lunch, and it does appear to me like everyone has returned. About 15 minutes ago, Ms. Harvey did email to everyone what she titled NRCB Vulcan County IDP correspondence. So I'm just looking for a nod of your head or to see if you did actually receive it. And I will give you just a moment to review the document, and then we'll discuss the potential for entering it as an exhibit. Okay. First of all, thank you, Ms. Erickson, for finding the document for us. I know that it would have taken us much longer to find it than it did you, and we really appreciate that. The question that I have for all participants in the hearing is, do you have any comments or objections about including this on the exhibit list? And I'll just kind of go through the people attending so that we can verify your comments. Mr. Jacobson.
Yeah, it looks clear to me, and submission would be good. Yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Erickson, you provided it to us, but would you have any issues with us if we included it in the exhibit list?
We have no issues with it being included. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Ms. Holloway?
We are good with it too. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Ms. Vance?
I have no objection. I would just note that the date of the letter is September of 2020, and it's not clear to me which draft Mr. Cumming might have been looking at, but just raise that for awareness.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Vance. Mr. Kennedy?
Yeah, no, I think this document's very, very helpful, and first of all, thank you to Vulcan County and Ms. Erickson for providing it and getting it to us so promptly. And the other part is I requested an undertaking. There's no need for that undertaking to stand. This fully addresses the purposes that I was looking for this kind of document. So yeah, I have no concerns.
Okay, thank you. Then I propose that we add this item as exhibit number 17 in the exhibit list. And I've already asked if there are any objections, and there aren't any, so I would adopt including that document in our exhibit list. All right. Now we're at the point in the hearing where NRCB Farms has an opportunity to provide us with its direct evidence. So, Mr. Jacobson, please take it away.
Yes, hello. The information that I provided was trying to outline some of the questions that were identified. I don't have very much as far as the municipal plan or the IDP. During those discussions when that was being developed, we did have time set, and we did address the county council, and we did address the village of Airwood at that time regarding their process and identified. And then we later came and requested those letters of reference that I put in there that said they do recognize this as an existing CFO and it's allowed under their plan. I'm not sure what you would like me to present at this point. A lot of the discussion we've had so far is interpretation of the intermunicipal development plan. I can give some history as to why there was a fairly large gap in the use of the facility. Would that be helpful?
Certainly, Mr. Jacobson. Really, anything that you'd like to tell this panel to assist us in our decision making on this? Any history you in the past? Earlier today, you'd mentioned something about changes in 2016. All of that could be very helpful to us.
Yes. What had happened? And so in 2004, 2005 feeding, I opened up these pens again and fed for that one winter. I consider it backgrounding. The resident of this farmyard, the old farmhouse, my parents lived there. And I'm not sure if it's appropriate or not, but he had a mental health condition called mania. And so he requested I don't feed because it kept him up at night. He couldn't sleep. And so then they retired and left the farm in 2016, 2017, and that's when we started the feedlot open again. So all those years between those were, there wasn't even any cow calf here during winter. I moved all the facility 4 miles east and fed the cow calf and the backgrounding and everything was done 4 miles east of here. So that vacated this property for that length of time. And it shows in those, we use those pens for machinery storage. We use it for grain storage. But the pens, when I was first investigated, I guess you would say, for what did you call it? Unauthorized construction. The actual footprint that I have now and was built back in the 60s is exactly the same. If you look at those maps with the bins in it, you can see the fences are there. They're old. There's some that's fallen down, but all we did was reconstruct what was already there. So we didn't add any extra area or anything like that to our plan. We didn't expand our physical size of our operation. And that was gone through with one of the inspectors that was out here to begin with. And so then from 1975 to 1982, if you want to go back, there was 0 cattle on the farm. My father sold out in 1975. Farming got better, quit feeding cattle. And in 1982, I was 17 years old and I bought cows again. So that stretch of time, things were empty as well because there was no one here to do the work. That's evolved around now to where I've got all 3 of my kids and their families are on the farm now. And so under this application, what we were looking for is I would like to be able to feed year round to provide income for having all my family on the farm. So we were going down to where we're just backgrounding, but I would like the ability to be able to feed all season. Originally, this was, when my father had it, it was an all season operation. He fed 365 days a year. So I'd like to get back to that point. I'm not asking for an expansion. I understand under the exclusion zone that that's not possible, and I understand that we're not looking to make a larger area. The work that we've done over the last 2 years with the the application and the drilling and all the sites, there's no issues that can't be addressed to be classified as a licensed CFO that I can see, or that the county or the village sees. I know there's not a consensus over, because I had to apply as a new feedlot. That was just how I was instructed, how I had to apply. I couldn't do existing or grandfathering because it was a snapshot in 2002. There was a specific time in space that they chose to be what was on that place at that time. And I didn't have anything here at that time other than some cows and calves. And so that's why the grandfathering, from what I researched and the information was given to me, and from what I looked through the application, that's why I considered it didn't qualify as a grandfather, because of those, because of that particular time, place and time that they chose. I don't know where the original complaint came from. Like when we first got the inspection, I don't know how that was brought to our attention. I did an initial application with another officer, the first application, and completely unaware there was such a thing as an exclusion zone. Like, it wasn't even brought to my attention that I was in an exclusion zone. We were down to where we were getting the drillers to come in and start drilling for the ground formations and those things. And then I found out about this. So I was completely unaware that there was an exclusion zone here. And then, I found out through, then later when the county, when they were doing intermunicipal development plans and MDPs and all these things, that's when I was brought awareness of this situation. And at those meetings is when I did speak with an officer, and I don't remember what her name was. She wasn't the one that I did the application through. I knew that, but it was someone that helped me and guided me and answered some of my questions at that time. So it's been actually a fairly long process. This has been going on for 6 or 7 years. It's and there's been more than one application. Deadlines have been extended. And so this is the stage we're at now, but it took a long time to get here. And I appreciate all the help that I've had from the villages and the towns and the officers that have helped me with all my questions, inspectors. It hasn't been a challenge that way. It's just been time consuming. Is there anything else that would be helpful at this point that I could comment on?
If there isn't anything specific that you want to tell us, maybe we can go to questions, and perhaps with those questions, then if there's additional information that some of the parties want, we can go there.
Do you need you to swear me in still?
Yes, sorry.
Just looking
at should have done that off the get-go. I'm really sorry, Wendy.
Turn it on. That's okay. Could you state your name for the record, sir?
My name is Matthew Norman Jacobson.
All right. Would you solemnly swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I so swear.
All right. He's all yours.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Jacobson, yeah, if there's nothing that you want to present, maybe we can just go to questions, and that might fill in any blanks people have. So we'll start with field services. Ms. Vance, do you have questions for Mr. Jacobson?
Just a couple short ones, I think. Just for clarity of the record, if we could go to exhibit 16, this is your submission, sir.
Okay.
And it seems to, some of them I definitely recognize or can figure out what they are. But I just wanted some explanation on maybe the first two. And we'll just start with document 1.
Okay.
So I just want to know, when you wrote this and sort of who you were, like, who was it for?
This was drafted to present to the Village of Airwood at their the development plan, intermunicipal development plan, I guess, and it was sent to the Village of Airwood in preparation for that meeting, and that was also sent to the County of Vulcan as a entrance or a intro for the meeting that we had concerning our farm at their council meetings.
Thank you. Do you have an approximate date of those? I could guess when those meetings were, but do you remember?
2021, 2020, 2021, I think.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. And then our document 2, so that'll be the next page. And this is one that we've seen already a couple times. I just wanted to know what this document is, why you put it together, what.
Well, in my review preparing for this, it did request numbers, I believe, in the preparation for this meeting. They wanted some, some evidence or something of how I've been using the facility. So that's what this was from 2016. Like I said, when we started opening up these pens again, this is what we were feeding. Some of these were custom fed, some of these were owned cattle. In 2021, 2022, those were a custom feeding operation for a neighborhood feedlot. So that was custom feeding. We didn't own all those cattle.
That was 2021, 2022, you said.
Correct. That's when we were at our highest capacity. We were feeding for a neighboring feedlot.
Okay, thank you. So you prepared this document for the purposes of this hearing?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
It just someplace in this, I understood that under the requirements of the operator for this meeting or the submissions were, and this was one of the things I thought that was in there. I don't have that document in front of me, but it was in preparation of this meeting. Yeah.
I suspect that was in the RFR decision.
Yeah. Yes, it was.
There's a long list.
Yeah.
Okay, those are all my questions.
Thanks, Ms. Vance. Vulcan County, Ms. Erickson, does the county have questions for Mr. Jacobson?
No, we do not have any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Village of Arrowwood, Ms. Holloway, does the village have questions for Mr. Jacobson?
Nope, we do not have any at this time.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move on to questions from the panel. And I will begin. So Mr. Jacobson, in your request for review of the approval officer's decision, you stated that the operation is not a new CFO and that both the county and the village recognize it as an existing CFO. So I just want to kind of probe that a little bit more. So document manager, could you get exhibit 15 up, please? Thank you. And if we could go to paragraph 13. Great. Thank you very much. So paragraph 13, Mr. Jacobson, refers to a visit to the site by an NRCB inspector, and then there's a May 17th, 2023 NRCB database entry. And in that entry, there is some description about your operation. Would the information in that paragraph, do you see that as all being correct? And I know that it's kind of long, goes on to the next page, but.
That would be, Yeah, that's a summary of what he would have seen. Yes.
Okay, good, good. So the third paragraph, from the second to the third paragraph, it jumps from the late 1980s to 2020 to 21. You've already explained to us about how the operation has kind of changed through that time, but can you give us just, would it be possible for you to give the panel a little more information about number of cattle being fed, whether they were only fed through the winter during that time period, and the distribution between maybe your own cow-calf herd and any purchased feeders?
Yes, currently we have a 225 cow-calf operation, and during those years, I normally fed my cattle until February, March. So I would have a pen of a couple hundred of my own raised calves. And then I would sell them, end of February into March into the feedlots. So I would background them myself. I didn't typically feed any numbers through the summer. Normally it was fall calves, wean calves, and we would bring in during those years. That's when my son or my daughter came back to the farm in 2016, 2017, and they're the ones that wanted to start feeding more, and that's what these facilities were for, so that it provided an income or another source of income to have the family on the farm. And so those pens that weren't used for all those years, we didn't tear them out. We just left them for future use. Nothing was permanently made there. The bins were mobile. Everything was easily moved in and out. We used the area as we needed to at the times. So to bring it back in was nothing that a day's work didn't facilitate. The purchasing of the cattle, they use the feeders associations to help finance and purchase feeder cattle, and sometimes they're owned by one or more of my kids. Depends on what the situation is. So it's been flexible. When the farming was good and grain prices are high, it doesn't make sense to feed the cattle. But like now, where the grain is struggling and the cattle prices are high, that's where it really helps to have these types of facilities that we can make those decisions based on economics. It's not necessarily something that we have plan on running full time, but because of this process, and I'm under the application, you apply it as if you were running it all seasons. That's where we're at, and that's why we're doing this. Is if we're going to have a license, it's going to be for a CFO, and it's in its description, I guess you would say, being an all-season facility. Does that help?
Yes, it does help. And certainly those of us who are from farms understand that you've got to roll with the punches on the economics. And that's what you've described to us, is that you have made changes to the operation and how it functions based on the economics at the time. Is that fair?
That's a fair judgment, yes.
Yeah. Okay. If we just go down to paragraph 14, then there was a second site visit by a different NRCB inspector, and then it has a June 23rd, 2023 database entry. Again, includes a description of your operations.
Correct.
And is that description correct?
That looks correct at the time in June 2023. That looks correct at the time, and that was a year of drought, and we were feeding livestock through the summer just because there was no pasture.
Okay. And then if we can just move to paragraph 18, please. Okay, so that talks about a site visit by an approval officer, and again, includes a 2024, September 24th, 2024 database entry. It talks about your operation and talks a bit about your permit application LA25015. So is the information in that paragraph about your operation in September 2024 all correct?
Well, I'll just give it a quick read here.
Yes, please.
This is correct. I've been under the understanding this whole time that my application would be automatically denied based on the municipal development and the exclusion zone. I knew that from the start. And so this is why I tried to get the background information, not background, but the information and the letters from the village and from the county, and try to build a history there, because it didn't fall within the grandfathering as I read it. That's why we had to go this route. So this isn't actually a new construction. It is an existing facility, in my opinion. But it had to be applied for as a new facility because it wasn't previously had a permit number. It was just an unpermitted facility.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jacobson. That's all my questions. Mr. Smith, do you have some questions?
Yes, I do. Thank you. And thank you to the document manager. We won't need exhibit 15 for my questions, although it will be needed later for Mr. Stepanek's questions. So, Mr. Jacobson, as we've been hearing today, there's clearly a distinction in the Agricultural Operation Practices Act between a seasonal feeding and bedding site, which doesn't require a permit, and a confined feeding operation, which does require a permit above a certain threshold of animal numbers. In the decision summary, the approval officer stated that based on conversations with you, it appeared that you had been operating a seasonal feeding and bedding site. So you've heard how Field Services distinguishes between seasonal feeding and bedding sites and confined feeding operations. I'm interested in your view, what features, and this could relate to your operation, would distinguish a confined feeding operation from a seasonal feeding and bedding site? You've made the statements that it's an existing confined feeding operation, so I'm wondering what features would make that distinction.
It was the number of animals. It's a number of animals that we had that were over what was considered a normal farming size feeding operation. I think it was mentioned there was 200 head, was it earlier today in the discussions? Anyway, we're beyond that. We're at the max and beyond that with our own cow-calf operation. So maybe that number isn't large enough. Maybe that number should be increased to accommodate, larger family farms. 200 isn't a very big number at all. So I consider it a CFO because in the original, when my father was running it, it was a 365-day a year, and he had, these pens were full of cattle back then for a number of years. So originally it was built as a CFO, but I can't find anywhere, he's not around anymore to research, but I can't find anymore where he actually had an application or a permit or anything through the counties. I can't find anything. So I can't say it never was, but I can't find anything. So that's why we went to this process. I would like to be able to feed year round if we so choose under this application. Currently, that's not our practice. We buy, 450, 500 pound cows and feed them till they're 900 pounds, and then they go on to a bigger feedlot. I have never finished cattle here since I've been running it. I've always just fed and then moved on. Does that answer any of your question?
It does. It goes quite well towards answering. So your suggestion is that sort of the number of animals being fed and then the length of time that they're feeding them is what would make an operation into a confined feeding operation? as
Correct.
opposed to seasonal
Yeah.
feeding and bedding site?
Yes. In my understanding, my opinion, a backgrounding takes the animals up to around, that 800, 900 pounds. That's considered a backgrounding operation. After that, then you're feeding, for fat cattle, dead cattle.
So this may be a little bit difficult question for you to answer, but if you can give it a shot, I would appreciate it. Certainly, one of the objectives of the Agricultural Operation Practices Act is to have common rules for siting confined feeding operations across Alberta. Many municipal and intermunicipal development plans include CFO exclusion zones where new CFOs are not permitted, but existing CFOs may be allowed to expand. There's also many livestock operations in the province that don't have permits under AOPA. Can you suggest how the NRCB should determine which of these operations without permits should be considered existing CFOs for the purposes of an intermunicipal development plan?
I understand under this plan, the existing facility that I have now is possible and recognized, but I do understand it cannot be expanded. That's forbidden. I can't make my physical area any larger than it is now. That's the way I understand it reads. So to do an expansion isn't possible. It's just using what's already here in this exclusion zone. I can be corrected on that, but I don't think it's possible to expand. But it is an existing facility. They're in my opinion, and unfortunately, I don't think I qualified for the grandfathering factors. That's why we went this route, just because of the time factor. So whether they can make some adjustments to accommodate different size operations, like we're not talking about a big feedlot here by any means. 1,500 head is what I think we were looking for. I'm not looking for 15,000 head. I'm looking at, just a small family size feedlot operation is what we're looking for. Nothing, not a large one.
Thank you. That is helpful. So, and please correct me if I'm wrong here, but based on what I've heard you say, it sounds like from the 60s up till 1975, your father was feeding cattle at this site, often year round. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, he fed year round. Yes.
Okay. And can you give me just a rough idea what sort of numbers? I mean, you would have been very young then, but
yeah, from looking at, I did find some like photographs and the pen space that he had. 500 is what he had bunk space for. If you use today's standards as, so many feet per head, he had it set for 500 head. Bunk feeding is what was fed. Those larger pens that had the bins in it, those ones were like a grazing pen. It didn't have feed bunks in there. They were just smaller calves. You'd go in and roll out or put feed on the ground for them. But he fed to finished cattle, and it was 500, enough bunk space for 500 fat cows.
and you said he would feed year round, like through the grazing season?
Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely,
Okay.
yeah. He ran a feedlot. I don't know if you remember about the 60s, but you couldn't sell grain. The grain was worthless. And in 1974, 75, that really changed.
Mm-hmm.
Economic farming really come around. Maybe some of you remember that. And that just changed the whole economic situation on the farm. And he went from feeding cattle to becoming an irrigation farmer.
Okay.
Irrigation 1975. And so then that provided the income that was required. He didn't need to feed cows anymore. He never liked cows. He did it because it was economic necessity.
Thank you. And then you got back into cattle in the 80s and were feeding cattle. And then you said 2004, 2005, you stopped using the site.
Yes,
until
yeah,
about 2016.
Correct. Yeah, last year that I fed in these pens was 2003, 2004, 2005. And then I moved the whole operation, cows, calves, everything out of the yard because of it disturbed his mental capacity with the noise of the livestock and the tractors and trucks and whatnot. He was, I respected that. It was his retirement home.
Yes. So I think you have answered this question, but I would just want to make sure I'm clear on the answer. So basically, this had been the site of a livestock operation for many years, had operated since 2002 when the Agricultural Operation Practices Act came in without a permit. But you then submitted applications for a permit in the records we saw. It said 2019. You said also 2016. So
yeah, 2016 is when we started the investigation, because that's when my kids started to, like 2016, 2017, that winter was the first year that they came back and wanted to start feeding cattle. So they used the pens that I already had. They didn't have to, bring the other ones back into it. And then that's when I said, maybe just for best practices, let's see if we can get a permit for this operation and, make it legalized, I guess, is what you want to say, and have the facility registered so that when I'm done with it, I can pass that on to my kids. That's why I started doing that. And then we investigated that. And then in 2019, I think we actually submitted the first application.
Okay.
But we researched it for a while.
Okay, and I just have one more question, but so that 2019 application did not get completed. And
Yes.
then it appears that you converted those grain and hay storage areas back into cattle feeding pens around 2020, 2021.
Yes.
And I'm wondering why you didn't apply for a permit at the time that you made those pen conversions in 2020.
Originally, I applied for the permit, and the loans, or not the loans officer, the officer that was looking after me. I didn't feel I got the information I needed from them. Being I was in an exclusion zone, had no idea. So during that time was when I found that out, and during that time is also when we went to these meetings with the Vulcan County and the Village of Airwood, and pursued these issues, and got them to recognize or acknowledge that they recognize me as an existing CFO in their opinion, as it states in their letters. And then I was just talking with other people, and I said, well, if you're just backgrounding, you don't need a permit. So that's the way we operated, is we were just backgrounding, and because we weren't feeding. So then when I was inspected, and it was found that I had too many numbers beyond the threshold, that's when I said, okay, if I have, to continue on with this, I have to make an application. And that's the way I was understood under the compliance inspector's notes here. That one email that I shared, it says, since I've contacted the officers for an application, he released the complaints. That was the condition. He released the complaints as if I applied for an application. He also did, we did look at doing the grandfathering at that time. That was all part of it. And I looked at that first, and then the evolution was actually applying under the current application that you see now.
Thank you. That's those are the last of my questions.
Mr. Stepanek, do you have questions?
I have some questions, Madam Chair. Mr. Jacobson, I'm gonna come at the history of this site again. I apologize for that. To try and get this as clear in my mind as I can. But before I ask some specifics, just a couple of observations to help you understand why I'm asking the question. So you've heard this discussion about grandfathering, and the Act has the specific date, January 1st, 2002, about were you a confined feeding operation on that date. But there is and you referred to the fact, well, that's just a snapshot in time, and that's true. The grandfathering deemed permit operational policy 2023-1 of the NRCB recognizes that one snapshot in time is not perhaps the only answer here. The policy talks about looking at the operations from 2000 to 2004. So my first question is, from 2000 and 2004, were you feeding cattle at this site in the summer during the grazing season?
No.
Okay. Then the next kind of window of time that's of particular importance is the time that the IDP was made, and it talks about if you're an existing CFO, you're exempt from the CFO exclusion zone. And as I read it, I think you're allowed to expand if you're an existing CFO. But you can go and read that. So it's kind of the window leading up to when that IDP is made. Were you an existing CFO? So if I could take you to your submission, Exhibit 16, and perhaps the document manager can put that up, and document 2 in that submission.
Okay.
So you'll see you got winter backgrounding 2016, 2017. I take it that means 400 head.
Yes.
Were any of those head fed in the summer during the grazing season?
No, we just winter fed.
Okay.
Those
Is
are
that
like-
true? Is that true for all of those winter backgrounding numbers? That was all not in the summer?
Those were calves that would come in October and leave in March, April.
Okay. So then the reference, the next one is summer, fall 2022, 800 head. So those 800 head were confined and fed
Yes.
during the grazing season, not on pasture?
Correct.
Okay. And then the winter backgrounding numbers below that, that's the same. That was they weren't fed during the pasture season.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, sir. That's helpful.
And if you see now at the very bottom there, the 90 head, that's just our own calves that we're feeding this year. We didn't bring in any custom cattle or backgrounding cattle this year because of this this application. So right now, this year, this winter, we just have our cow calf and our own livestock that we're feeding.
Okay, I'm gonna now move to Field Services Submission Exhibit 15. And if we could put up paragraph 18 of that submission. And sir, you'll see if you go to the bottom of that, near the bottom of the page, that's the right page, kind of the last 2 sentences. Just leave it there. He said that he was told by an inspector he has to get a permit for this site to operate it, and he also wants it permitted for his sons who wants to take it over. Can you tell us what inspector told you that and when you were told, using the descriptions of the May 17th, that's paragraph 13, and June 23rd, 2023 site visits, that's paragraph 14, if that will help? Who told you that and when?
Well, there was well, just let me get the names here straight. The first one was I apologize if I say his name wrong, Morgan Schindel, and he was the one that first came out as an inspector. And he was the one that gave me the options to look at, the grandfathering or this application. And then that was where I proceeded to contact the NRCB and put a formal application in. And then also when Kelsey Peddle was out, the approval officer, and she saw the vegetation, she asked me why I'm doing this. And I said, well, you guys are asking me to. So she went back and asked Morgan Schindel why I was being required, and it was stated it was because of the numbers. The number of head that I had was beyond the what is it called? AOPA? AOPA?
That's correct. So,
Yes.
so here in this sentence where he said that he was told by an inspector, that inspector is Morgan Schindel. That's the
I
he
believe,
referring. Okay.
yes. He assumed the file from another inspector, which I don't remember his name. Before, an older fellow that retired, and then Morgan took it over. And when, on Morgan's site, he said, this is, and it was because of the numbers that we have.
Okay. So now if we could just move down to paragraph 19. It says the approval officer's follow-up email the next day said that this site needed a permit because above threshold numbers of cattle are purchased to be fed at the site. So the that September 25th, 24 email that's referenced there, and the previously mentioned discussion with the inspector, those two things are the basis for the assertion in your RFR that a permit application was demanded?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything else in your dealings with NRCB staff that you saw as a demand that you apply for a permit?
Not under the, not from the approval officers, no. It was, it was, I was under investigation, I guess you'd say. And after I contacted and applied, the investigation was released or canceled, I guess you'd say. So if I hadn't done that and I'm feeding these numbers, I would expect that they'd be on my doorstep.
Okay.
We don't, I don't necessarily agree that, we're a CFO technically, because that has to be fed year round. Is that what do you call it? A requirement to be a CFO is that you need to feed cattle all seasons, or can you be a CFO for only half the year? I'm not sure. That comes down to this winter bedding and feeding, or backgrounding, or a CFO. There's about 3 different classifications that, depending on who you talk to, what we're allowed to do, or what classifies them as being each of those categories. Under this application, they said I need to apply it as a CFO.
Okay, yeah, and I just want to understand, because you forgive me, but you've heard field services say what you're characterizing as a demand, they're characterizing as
an option.
We're telling you as an option. That's
yes.
A good way to
put it. To get the inspector to release the complaint, I had to contact the application officers.
Okay. So what you're characterizing as a demand from the NRCB to seek a permit, that's the reason why you completed the 2025 application for a permit?
Correct.
Okay. So you've also you will recall Mr. Schindel's evidence about the discussion you had where he said there was an option to potentially apply for a grandfathering
Yes,
determination.
yes.
And I take it from the evidence the answer to my previous questions about what was happening at the site in 2000 and 2004, which is essentially you were not feeding cattle during the summer pasture window. That informed your decision to not seek a grandfathering permit. You didn't think you qualified.
Correct, because I didn't qualify under what I read on the application, which I did go through, that I didn't meet those thresholds at that time to be considered a grandfathered CFO.
Okay. I think I'm down to my last question, sir.
Sure.
If the board determines that this operation wasn't an existing CFO and therefore not consistent with the IDP, which is, I think, what you were told by the approvals staff, why would it be appropriate for the board to use its discretion to approve the application, notwithstanding the inconsistency?
I lost your train of thought there a little bit. You're asking me what I think.
Yeah. So let me go back and try and make this more understandable. I'm sorry, sir. I'll try again.
I just want to be clear. Thank you.
Sure, that's fine. So during your discussions with Miss Peddle, you were essentially told that this application was inconsistent with the IDP.
Correct.
And so you kind of recognized, okay, I'm gonna apply anyway. The approvals officer is going to turn me down, and then I'm going to seek a review with the board, which is what we're doing now.
Correct.
And this board, if we accept that it is inconsistent, we do have this discretionary authority to approve this application, notwithstanding an inconsistency, assuming that there is one.
Okay.
Why should we do that? Why would it make sense for us to do that?
To approve it?
Yeah.
Based on the applications and discussions I had with the county and with the village in their support and recognition of us being here, I feel that I should have been an application for an existing feedlot, not a new one. I felt I should have been able to apply as an existing feedlot, which because the NRCB didn't consider me that's why it was a new application. They didn't, I tried to get the support, and I got the support from the county and the neighbors and all the whole process that we've gone through. There is nothing inconsistent that is a physical problem or anything that can't be remedied, with some construction. It's just that I'm in the exclusion zone. And so I was just asking for a exemption from the exclusion zone for this existing facility. Seeing as everyone else seems to recognize it, and the fact that the CFO was not being imposed on me, I guess you wouldn't say, but they said you are a CFO, and so you need to get a permit. And so by using the IDP and municipal development in there, it allows for me to exist, and it allows for me to get a permit. And so I knew it was going to be rejected because it's under a new process, and I knew this was going to come to this meeting. And I was prepared for that. We've done a lot of work in the meantime. It's not necessarily cheap getting this done. like all the drilling and all the inspection work that has been done has been very, very extensive. And so it's not on a whim that I'm doing this. This is for the future of the farm and the future of my family. And it's an important facility. Unfortunately, every piece of land that I own here is in the exclusion zone. Like the county and the municipal is actually quite extensive. And so it's very difficult to build one anywhere else, another one. This facility and the infrastructure is there. And so we would just like to be able to enjoy it and use it. I can't tell you why you would make that decision. I'm just trying to provide the evidence and what, we've gone through, we've done all the legwork to get to this point. It's the only issue is this exclusion zone, but in my opinion, and with the counties and the villages recognition is that we were already here.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Jacobson.
I don't know if that explains it or not, but I can't tell you why you should make a decision, but I'm just putting forth that we feel you should make a decision. I feel like the merit is here to make the decision to allow me to operate as I am.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Kennedy, do you have any questions for Mr. Jacobson that could provide some answers to help the panel?
Well, I have some questions. I'll let you judge whether they're helpful or not. Mr. Jacobson, you talked about the future in several different contexts. But one of the things you mentioned was that you didn't view that you would have the opportunity to expand this operation should you get the board's approval for a confined feeding operation.
The way I read the act is no, that's not possible. That's just the way I read it, is that because of my location, I can't expand. That's the way I read it.
Okay.
Physically expand.
And I don't want to go into the details of that and have a discussion with you about that particular issue. But should the board, and again, I have no idea how the board's going to decide your application, your review. But should the board find that you warrant an approval for your CFO, if they were to include a condition that barred any future expansion, do you have any comment on that? Would you find that?
I don't feel that that would be an issue for us. We're just looking to use the facilities we have now. I'm not looking to expand. There was one in the review that did mention water. We don't use groundwater or surface water for any of these operations. We bring in water in through our pipelines into our lagoon. We're not using groundwater at all. We built a 4 million gallon reservoir here in 2023, I think it was, to feed these cattle so that we weren't depleting, those drought years. Some wells were going dry. We've accommodated all those things. But I don't want to expand anymore. That's, we've built this sort of a structure and we don't have a desire to expand the CFO. We are planning on expanding our cow-calf operation, as I just had another son-in-law quit the oil field and come back to the farm. So, we're going to be expanding our cow-calf to larger numbers. But the feedlot itself, that area that we specified that's in the application, that's it. That's not a view, and the future generations would understand that this is where we are.
Thank you. That answer is very clear. But it leads me to another piece. You mentioned that you did have a backgrounding operation on a different parcel of land. And I think I understand your evidence, your response to one of the questions that Mr. Stepanek asked you. It might have been Mr. Smith. You had on that other site. It is within the IDP exclusion zone as well. Do I understand that correctly?
No, it's not. It's actually just received its approval as an expansion feedlot, a 10,000 head feedlot. It's 4 miles east here. I don't own it anymore. Since I got the application, I sold that to my daughter and my son-in-law. It's their operation. So that feedlot is separate. That was never a Noranden Farms. That was a Matthew Jacobson application. Noranden Farms is this farm that we're talking about under this application. The other application is approved and is going to be developed over the next number of years. But it's a separate operation from the cow-calf and my son here and my daughter and her husband that are on the cow-calf on this farm. It's separate operations, I guess you'd say. We don't separate businesses.
And Mr. Jacobson, and you may or may not have any information related to this. How common within this IDP area might backgrounder operations be? So operations like yours that are not CFOs by virtue of requiring an AOPA approval, but might be intensive livestock operations in terms of the number of cattle that they feed on site.
There's 3 within the area, I guess. I'm just within, the radius of Arrowwood. They are also in an exclusion zone. One of them is for sure. Like, and there's more than the village expansion zones, I guess you might put. But there is, I believe, 3 others that would be similar in purpose to this.
Thank you. Those are my questions. I appreciate your answers.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. At this point, Mr. Jacobson, you have an opportunity to provide any redirect evidence if you wish. And if you're not 100% sure what that's all about, I'll ask Mr. Kennedy to explain it to you. He'll do a much better job than I.
Okay.
Are you okay with this, Mr. Jacobson? I can give you a 30-second summary of what the opportunity is, if that helps.
Okay, sure, that helps, because I'm not familiar with this types of proceedings at all. Thankfully, I don't know how to do this very often.
Well, you've been exposed. You had an opportunity to present your evidence, direct evidence, in advance of parties asking you questions. But during the course of answering those questions, your responses are limited to responses to the questions posed. But that may cause you to say, within the context of those questions and answers that I provided, I have some further direct evidence to clarify those responses. And should you come back, I'm hoping that's clearly stated. And should you exercise that, then parties get a further opportunity to ask you questions on that additional.
Yes, I'm just going over the notes that I was jotting down as we've been speaking to see if there's anything that we haven't touched on here that would be pertinent.
And you will get an opportunity at final argument to put context around all of the evidence of all of the parties and advocate your position. It's just, if there is further evidence that you think is necessary to put the responses you gave in context.
I don't believe so. At this point, I don't believe I have anything else to add for a redirect.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy, for your explanation. It certainly was much better than anything I could have done. And thank you, Mr. Jacobson, for your evidence and for the questions that you answered. This has been very helpful to us. Next up will be evidence from Vulcan County and then the village. We could take a 5-minute break now and then move on to the municipalities. Is that what people would like? I see it beneficial to not take a break between Vulcan County and the village. Some of their information may be similar. Okay, let's take a 5-minute break or so. I have 2:36 on my computer, so let's get together back again at 2:45. And we'll begin with Vulcan County. 6:45, and it looks to me like everybody's back, so let's resume. So now we'll have direct evidence from Vulcan County. Ms. Erickson, will you be presenting, and will anyone else, just so that we know who is to be sworn or affirmed in?
It will just be me, Ann Erickson for Vulcan County today.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Woodworth, then would you please swear or affirm Ms.
Yes.
Erickson?
Ma'am, would you say your full name for the record and spell the last?
Ann Erickson, Erickson.
Do you solemnly affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. So please proceed, Ms. Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We don't have much to add beyond the letter that was provided to the board earlier. I guess I'll start off by saying our IDP exclusion zones were established in 2021 by taking into consideration the natural environment and the proximity to our urban neighbors. During that IDP process, I would reiterate that we acknowledge that to some degree or another, there was an established cattle operation on the subject lands. However, we did not formally attempt to classify the operation, as Vulcan County does not issue permits for land uses of this nature. Through that IDP drafting process, as well as upon reviewing the evidence before us today, the county has never felt it was their role to classify the operation as a CFO or not a CFO, but rather only to acknowledge, as stated in our 2023 letter, that for our intents and purposes, we recognize an existing operation. So with that, I can take questions. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Erickson. Let's see. The order is, we'll start with Field Services. Ms. Vance, do you have any questions for Ms. Erickson?
I just need 1 minute.
Sure.
Just one clarification for Ms. Erickson. In the September 2023 letter, which appears in the technical document, maybe we could just bring that up. It's Exhibit 2. Try and find the page number. I don't have Exhibit 2. Document Manager, could you bring up Exhibit 2, please? Just so we have something to look at. And look at that. We'll just check. Yeah, we'll check it's not the one from Arrowwood. Okay, so I think is it up one more? The one from Vulcan County? Yeah, there it is. Thank you very much. So September of 2023. So this, when you testified just now, you said you recognized that for our intents and purposes, there was an existing operation, which is, I have no question about that. My question is about this letter, which seems to be a little more specific than that. And I think I think that this letter says it was understood by all at the time of public consultation that your farm operation had been running an unlicensed confined feeding operation since the 1960s. Would you write this? I mean, would you? this is more specific. It says confined feeding operation, unlicensed confined feeding operation. Would you write this same letter today, do you think?
Yes, I would say we would write the same letter today. I think the term unlicensed in our minds and in 2023 wasn't necessarily as an enforcement type of unlicensed, but rather just not does not have a formal approval by the NRCB. And I suppose confined feeding operation more in the nature of what we would consider to be so, but again, not in our scope.
What would the county consider to be a confined feeding operation?
We don't have a defined confined feeding operation. We would lean on the NRCB to explicitly be able to define that.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Vance. Next, Noranden, Mr. Jacobson, do you have any questions for the county?
There we go. Sorry. During the break, I was looking through the intermunicipal development plan, and I have the one I was reading was a draft of October 2019, which, you know, in the letter it states under these sections, I'm considered to be existing operation and can continue. And then I've got a different draft here of the 2021. And in this one, it does say that we are able to expand, where the draft of 2019 says you're not. So just as, I don't know if you can clarify that under, you know, this question came up under my testimony earlier, or my statements that we were not allowed to consider for expansion. Could you say whether we are or not to that point? I think it's 2.5.2 of the IDP.
Madam Chair, am I able to respond?
Yes, please.
Thank you. In our current IDP, which was approved in 2021, we say that established confined feeding operations are able to expand if done under the proper existing operations may expand, I guess is exactly the language that we use in accordance with the requirements of AOPA.
Okay, I had old information. Thank you.
Okay, is that any more questions, Mr. Jacobson?
No, I believe that they're standing behind the letter that was written in September of 2023, and that's I'm still in agreement with that letter. So I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, the Village of Arrowwood, Ms. Holloway, do you have questions?
Nope, we have no questions.
Okay, thank you. So on to the board panel, and I will begin. And my questions are all related to the December 2020 IDP. So if we could please, document manager, get Exhibit 12, PDF page 19, I think. And I'm looking at section 2.2. And the very last sentence in the first paragraph states that currently there are no confined feeding operations within the plan area. And yet, what we were just talking about, we don't have to go there. This section 2.5.2 does allow expansion of existing CFOs. Can you explain the discrepancy?
So I think in the IDP, the definition of CFO is defined as AOPA and defined by the NRCB, right? So we're considering the official definition by the NRCB in that document. Whereas I think if you're are you questioning then going back to the 2023 letter?
No, actually, what I'm comparing it to, like in this paragraph, it says there are no confined feeding operations within the plan area. But if we, document manager, go to page 22 and look at section 2.5.2. In that section, it talks about expansions of existing CFOs being allowed. So in the previous section we looked at, it says there aren't any CFOs in the plan area, and yet this one allows expansion of existing CFOs. And I'm just wondering about that discrepancy.
Yeah, I wonder, it's a bit tricky, just given this is 5-ish years ago that it was written. But I'm wondering if, again, it was in the sense of there was no established CFOs in the exclusion zone based on the NRCB licensed CFOs. However, there was a lot of back and forth in correspondence with NRCB Farms and others in the area about whether or not there was existing operations. So I think the discrepancy is probably us considering what was established and not established. Does that help?
Sure. And I think that that's probably the best you can answer it. I agree. 5 years ago was a bit to remember back. The next question I have kind of piggybacks on this one because we were just looking at that September 2023 letter that the county sent to NRCB, and it talks about there being an unlicensed confined feeding operation since the 1960s. And my question was the same, being that section 2.2 says that there aren't any CFOs in the area. Would your answer for that discrepancy be similar?
Exactly. Yeah, I would suggest it would be the same answer as previously, where the NRCB hadn't provided a license. So the status wasn't a confined feeding operation under the NRCB and AOPA.
Okay, so again, kind of going back to the public consultation for your IDP, did the existence of NRCB's operation and their participation in the public consultation for the IDP, did it help to inform the content of section 2.5.2?
Yes, I would say that consultation did help establish that provision.
Okay. And did that section, again, still 252, did it actually contemplate existing CFOs as including ones where construction was commenced contrary to approval requirements in AOPA and its regulations?
Um, I don't know that at that time we would have understood whether or not the operations or confined feeding operations and similar in nature to confined feeding operations were I guess operating under NRCB and how they and whether or not they were be enforceable or not enforceable.
Okay. And one last question for me. Are you able to offer any insight on what the IDP CFO provision would have been had it been clear that this operation was not an existing CFO?
Sorry, can you repeat that question? What if it was not considered a CFO?
Yeah, if the county believed that this was not an existing CFO, can you give us any insight as to what the IDP CFO provision would have been?
Same. So real,
Can you just give me one moment, please?
Sure.
Thank you. We believe that the provision would have been the same because we were looking at it as these were extensions. They were operating in similar in nature to a CFO. So in our minds, the provision would remain the same because the operations that had already been established in the area came forward, and we were looking to work with them. So we considered them to be established and operating similar in nature to a CFO.
Okay, thank you. That's it for my questions. Mr. Stepanek.
I'm gonna start with the question you just answered, but I'm gonna change it slightly. So, if you got input from the NRCB at the time that the IDP was being developed, and the NRCB told you this operation is not an existing CFO, would you have written your IDP provision differently?
Yes, possibly. If there would have been an understanding of exactly how, what considerations would have been taking place, if we could have seen in the crystal ball of today, potentially, there would have been more clarity on the exact definition and what we were considering established.
And would it be fair to say that the intent would have been the same, though, that operation could continue and get licensed as a CFO and expand as a CFO?
Yes.
Okay. Document, could we put up Exhibit 14, which is the Village of Arrowhead's hearing submission? And if we could take a look at the third and fourth paragraphs of that letter, and forgive me, I'm actually going to read these out. It is important to clarify the village's intent regarding the provisions within our IDP. Our policy explicitly prohibits the establishment of new CFOs within the exclusion area to ensure that future residential growth and intensive livestock operations do not move toward one another. However, the policy to allow the expansion of established sites was a conscious decision to recognize vested interest. Had this proposal been for an entirely new operation where none had existed, it would have been inconsistent with the IDP. Because this site was understood by the community to be an active, long-standing operation when the IDP was signed, we view this expansion as the evolution of an existing local business rather than the introduction of a new industrial use. Our rationale for allowing existing operations to expand while limiting entirely new ones is simple. We want to protect the investments of our local families have already made. By supporting established farms like Noranden, we ensure that they can remain viable for the next generation. At the same time, we are being protective for our residents by ensuring that any new intensive operations are situated further away from our growing residential streets. Does the county agree with those statements about the rationale for the relevant IDP provisions?
Yes, absolutely.
If the board finds this to be a new CFO, not existing, does the county have a justification to support the board allowing approval, given that the IDP provides for no new CFOs in the CFO exclusion zone?
It doesn't fully answer your question, but I guess our justification would be that we simply don't see it as a new CFO. We see it as an existing operation, and therefore that would be, you know, if this was a new one, that would be our justification. Is it's existing. We see it as there and operating.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Mr. Smith, do you have some questions?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I have two questions. My questions are about the 2025 Vulcan County Municipal Development Plan, not the intermunicipal development plan, but I don't believe this is Exhibit 10, but I don't believe I need the exhibit up on the screen for my questions. So we have seen that Section 2.5.2 of the Intermunicipal Development Plan allows expansion of existing CFOs in the exclusion area. In contrast, Section 2.3.8 of the 2025 County Municipal Development Plan prohibits expansion of existing CFOs in the exclusion areas. Can you please explain the reasons for this difference between these two plans that your county has adopted?
Can you just give me just 1 minute, please?
Sure.
Just to review the MDP.
Sure.
Thank you.
Would it help to have it put up? That section?
Yes, please.
So if I could have Exhibit 10, PDF page 21, please. And it's Section 2.3.8. If you look to the end of that first sentence, it says existing CFOs within the exclusion area are not permitted to expand. And that is in contrast to Section 2.5.2 of the Intermunicipal Development Plan that does allow expansion of existing CFOs in the exclusion area. And I'm asking for the reasons for this, the difference between these two plans.
In my opinion, what I would say is that the municipal development plans exclusion zones do differ from they match, but they were established at different time periods. So the new MDP and the IDP exclusion zones are different. Each IDP with the villages inside of Vulcan County also has separate exclusion zones. And those policies within those IDPs are different upon whether they can expand or not expand. So I would suggest that the Vulcan County and Village of Arrowwood IDP allows for expansions because we were considering the established operations in the exclusion zone.
Okay, thank you. That does answer my question. I guess the other point that I was wondering was, does section 2.3.9 that you see there, which says the applicable intermunicipal development plan prevails over the municipal development plan in the event of an inconsistency, do you see that as resolving the matter of this difference?
Yes, for sure. So the IDPs were established prior to the MDP, which was very recently updated. We do agree that the IDPs need review and should be consistent with the MDP.
Thank you. That's answered my questions. I have no further questions.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Smith. Mr. Kennedy, do you have any questions for Vulcan County?
I have a couple. Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Erickson, I'm going to talk about the definition of confined feeding operation. And this is a term, at least as I understand it, that largely was not used prior to the Agricultural Operation Practices Act coming into effect. We talked about intensive livestock operations and various other terms. So when you talk about an existing CFO, do you use the same definition or as the NRCB uses pursuant to the Agricultural Operation Practices Act?
Yeah, I would say in a formal sense, we don't have our own definition for CFO, so we would rely on yours.
Yeah. Thank you for that. And the next part requires a little deeper dive. And of course, within that definition, it talks about what is not a CFO. And we've spent a lot of time today, and a lot of the materials that were filed in advance of the hearing are directed to the distinction between a seasonal feeding and bedding site and a confined feeding operation. Can you tell me what thought Vulcan County put into saying this was an established CFO rather than a seasonal feeding and bedding site? And what did you consider, and how did you reach the conclusion that it was a CFO rather than a seasonal feeding and bedding site?
I don't think that we can offer a technical explanation of diving deep into the thought process of behind, whether or not the numbers, or it's obviously a very complex, as we've heard today, situation. What I would say is we just are considering it similar in nature to, and therefore almost using it interchangeably.
Okay, so you wouldn't, if the board were to say they were satisfied this was not a CFO and was a seasonal feeding and bedding site, you would say, fine, we would accept the board's conclusion as it applies to an interpretation of the IDP?
It says bedding. Yes, I think we understand that the jurisdiction lies and to provide the scope and to classify operations, whether they're confined feeding or not, is under the NRCB.
I mean, and is it also fair to say this might be important, is that if it's not a regulated confined feeding operation under AOPA, it's still within the county's jurisdiction to regulate?
It is fair to say that. However, in the county's current statutory planning documents, including our land use bylaw, we do not permit or regulate or these type of operations. We don't have an established process for issuing development permits and so forth.
Yeah. So thank you. And my next question, Mr. Jacobson, when I asked him what other kind of backgrounding seasonal feeding and bedding site operations existed within that IDP, he said there were, I think, 3. Or he's aware of 3. Would Vulcan County believe those are existing CFOs as well?
The consensus here is yes, we would define those as well.
And even if the board were to say their seasonal feeding and bedding sites are something other than a CFO? I'm trying to identify, does the county take a position that using the term confined feeding operation might be misleading to the board? I mean, we're having a discussion today, and I think it's fair to say it's a point of confusion. How do we resolve this? And in saying that, I don't mean to interject, but you have IDPs with multiple other villages and towns within your county or adjacent to your county that may have very similar provisions and may be faced with similar issues arising. And of course, if they arise, this could lead to further board hearings or dealing with the same issue and the same provisions. And it's sometimes can be challenging.
I do appreciate that. I do appreciate that confined feeding operation could, when the county is using the term, could have been more clear. Yes, and I think we recognize that now. We do have a definition for our confined in our municipal development plan for confined feeding operation, and we say it means a commercial agriculture operation where livestock of a number exceeding the threshold established in Schedule 2 of the Agriculture Operations Part 2 Matters Regulations is confined within a facility for the purpose of sustaining, finishing, or breeding. Such an operation requires a registration or approval under the AOPA Act.
I think it's fair, just I don't mean to cut you short, and if I'm wrong, please correct me, but that would therefore include all of the exceptions that the board has to have regard for that are contained within the definition in AOPA. So it would exclude seasonal feeding and bedding sites. Is that fair?
I just don't have an answer for that. I feel like we haven't got into the technical aspects of the definition of confined feeding operation. I guess, to just thinking about this a little further, if we would have said, just sort of playing devil's advocate, if we would have acknowledged that these were not CFOs, though, through our intermunicipal development plan, then they would have automatically have to have been new CFO applications, which also is not the alternative that Vulcan County wanted to see through our process. So it's a chicken before an egg. It's a process that maybe lacked communication.
Fair. Thank you for your answers, Madam Chair. Those are my questions.
Thanks, Mr. Kennedy. Vulcan County, do you have any redirect evidence that you would like to present?
My apologies. Were you asking if there was further?
Do you have any redirect evidence that you would like to present?
No, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Vulcan County. We really appreciate your participation. So now we'll move on to the Village of Arrowwood. And representing the Village of Arrowwood, I believe, is Ms. Holloway. Will there be anyone else presenting evidence from the village?
Nope, just myself.
Okay, so Ms. Woodworth, would you please affirm?
Yes. Ma'am, would you say your full name and spell your last name for the record, please?
Nicole Dawn Holloway, Holloway.
Yes. Do you solemnly affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right. So Ms. Holloway, this is your opportunity to provide direct evidence to the panel. Please proceed.
I don't have a whole lot more to offer other than the letters that I've submitted. Just going to make a note that I took this position as CAO May of 2023. So all IDP and some of the correspondence was done before my time. So I will do my best to answer questions accordingly.
Okay, thank you very much. Field Services, do you have any questions for the village?
I don't think so. I would just appreciate 1 second. No, I have no questions for the village. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Jacobson, do you have questions for the village?
I do not have any questions. I have the letters that they are standing firm on, I believe, and I don't have any further questions at this point. To the
Okay,
village.
thank you. Thank you. Vulcan County, do you have questions for the village?
No, we do not. Thank you.
All right, board panel, and I will begin. I have a couple questions about the December 2020 IDP. And my questions are very similar to the ones that I asked the county. If you will recall, we found a discrepancy where in the IDP at one point it says currently there are no confined feeding operations in the plan area, and then another section that allows expansion of existing CFOs. Do you have any comment or explanation as to how that discrepancy arose?
No, specifically because I wasn't around at the time, so I can't speak to the other CAO and what he would say for that as well. So I'll probably go with what Vulcan County had mentioned.
Okay, thanks. And then again, the June 30th, 2023 letter that the village sent to NRCB, we don't need to bring that up. We've just recently seen it. Refers to the public consultation, and a statement is in there. It was understood by all at the time of public consultation that your farming operation had been running an unlicensed CFO since the 1960s. And again, there's that conflict with that section in the IDP that says that there are no CFOs in the area. Do you have anything that any light you can shed on that?
No, and in just speaking with the CEO at the time about that regarding it's like the Vulcan County had mentioned, I'm a CAO. I grew up on a farm, but I don't know the difference between SFBS and this CFO, right? So, and what he had said as well is they weren't able to really define what a CFO necessarily would have been. So it just because it was a livestock operation, I think his understanding of it as well was it kind of fell under the umbrella of it all.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions for me. Mr. Smith, I think you may have a question.
Thank you. And again, these are questions that were previously posed to Vulcan County, but and I understand the limitations on your knowledge of the development of the intermunicipal development plan because you weren't the CAO at the time, but do you believe that the existence of NRCB's operation and the participation of NRCB in the public consultation for the IDP, did that influence the actual content of that section 2.5.2 that allows expansion of existing CFOs?
I would think it would.
Okay, thank
What I
you.
know, yes.
Sorry?
With what I am aware of, yes, sorry.
Yeah. Similarly then, and again, this might be even harder for you to know, but did that section actually think about including CFOs where construction was commenced contrary to approval requirements in the Agricultural Operation Practices Act and its regulations? So unauthorized construction, did it intend that unauthorized constructed CFOs would be considered existing CFOs?
What was the question? Sorry, we had someone walk in.
Okay, sorry, I'll try to be clear. I'm wondering if in that section allowing expansion of existing CFOs, did it intend to include as existing CFOs that were constructed contrary to the permitting requirements of AOPA and the regulations? So in other words, CFOs that went ahead and built without getting the permits they should have had, would they have been included and considered as existing CFOs?
I'm not 100% sure. I would assume that that's what the goal was with it. I don't know for sure though, sorry.
So is that is that a case where it can be justified that that kind of CFO has a vested interest in its facilities, even when those facilities were built without the appropriate permits?
I think so, yes.
That's all of my questions. Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Stepanek, do you have questions?
I do, and my questions are virtually the same as the questions I asked Vulcan County. Are you able to offer any insight on what the IDP CFO provision would have been had it been clear that this operation was not an existing CFO?
No, I have no insight into that, sorry. Not being involved in the process at all, yeah.
Okay. If the board finds this to be a new CFO, not existing, does the village stand by its statement in Exhibit 14 as justification to support the board allowing approval, given that the IDP provides for no new CFOs in the CFO exclusion zone?
Yes, and also I think because in 2.5.4 in the future request to amend the CFO exclusion area by parties other than the county or village may be considered through bylaw amendment. I don't know if that would be a loophole, quote unquote, or not, but just still trying to understand this whole process anyway, so.
Bear with me, I'm going to just look at that.
Yeah.
What section were you referencing?
2.5.4 of the IDP. Might open up a can.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Mr. Kennedy, do you have questions for the village?
Madam Chair, I do not. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Holloway, do you have any redirect evidence that you'd like to present to the panel?
No, I do not at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're through the section of direct evidence for this hearing. The next section is if NRCB wishes to provide any rebuttal evidence. Mr. Jacobson, do you wish to?
I'm just in the thought process. I don't I don't believe that I have anything at this point. Other than just what I've stated already. I don't have any additional comments to make, I don't believe.
Okay, we're at the point of the hearing then where we move into closing arguments. And the order of presentation will be Noranden, Field Services, Vulcan County, and the village. And then Noranden has an opportunity to reply after that if they so choose. Do parties need a few minutes to go and put their thoughts together on the closing arguments, or shall we just roll right into them?
On behalf of Field Services, this is Fiona Vance. I think I could probably make it happen and it won't be terribly long, but I also am open to a break.
Mr. Jacobson, would you like a break to prepare your thoughts, or would you be ready to go?
Well, maybe if we had 10 minutes, that might just to kind of review whatever I've been scribbling down here. That would be
Absolutely. Absolutely. So I have 3:32, so let's get back at 3:42 or thereabouts, and we'll resume with the closing arguments. Okay, I'm just doing a scan across our virtual room here, and it appears to me that everyone has returned. So we will now move into the closing argument section of the hearing. And the first presenter is NRCB Farms. So Mr. Jacobson, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've never done this before, but I would like to thank you all to start with. This is a very personal to me because it's my family, it's my farm operation, my succession, and my kids. So it's very personal to me, and I appreciate all the help and all the input and the considerations that have come up from everyone today. Thank you all. As I say, this process that we're going through is all because we do have it's actually quite an honor to have all my kids home and have a succession happening on our farm. We're very fortunate that way. So the growth for us as well as for the town, the county, the schools, etc. And before these operations, we were 2 families, my father and myself, and now we support 7 families with our farm through intensification in different areas, and livestock is one of them. The town, we talk about the municipal development plans and IDPs, and that's, basically protecting their zones, protecting their areas. This process for myself is also that consideration to protect our own boundaries and our own existence here, and our lifestyle. And I appreciate what everybody's comments are, and I would encourage the board to accept our application with these points of consideration. And with that, Madam Chair, I have nothing further, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobson. Field Services, your closing arguments, please.
Thank you. I'll just start by saying that this is a review of a permitting decision. And I think that maybe some of the issues that arose during this proceeding were a little bit unexpected on our behalf. So I just want the board to understand that our evidence was given in that context. And of course, we're happy to help. I would also, I think we can all agree that assessing a cattle operation as to whether it's a confined feeding operation or a seasonal feeding bedding site or some other kind of operation is not a one-word question. I think we've all experienced that. And so I really appreciate that the board is having this hearing to explore this question, which we at the NRCB spend a lot of time talking about. To address one of the panel members' questions about was there a board decision that I was aware of that existing means permitted under AOPA, I would say there is no board decision that I'm aware of. Had I been aware of one, I certainly would have referred to it. Mr. Candy may have a longer history than I do for that. And the only other thing is I will say that, this is not something that we just suddenly started thinking about. We do have a piece in our approvals policy that talks about this, and that's at paragraph 66 of our written submission, which I won't go through, but I just wanted to refer that. And then there were some questions around, and I think really interesting questions around if it says a term in the MDP or IDP and an approval officer has to interpret that, wouldn't it make sense to interpret the MDP and IDP, never mind sort of what AOPA says? Or not necessarily that, but that you are interpreting the MDP, and I would 100% agree with that. When there's a term that is not defined, so and Ms. Erickson was kind enough to direct us to where CFO, confined feeding operation, is defined in the MDP, which is very helpful. But if there's a term that is not defined, and AOPA uses that term in other places, and there's a piece of our approvals policy that does interpret it in another place where it is used, I don't think it's unreasonable to have an approval officer access their home statute to investigate what undefined terms might be, especially when making a decision under that statute. And the final sort of place I wanted to go with my paintbrush was the place of certainty and ascertainability. When I think about if I'm an approval officer and I have an application, I walk through it. Okay, following the legislation, is this a confined feeding operation? Yes or no? If it's yes, then the next question is it going to be above threshold numbers? It's kind of a black or white question. Yes, no. So then what the legislation, section 19 in this case for an approval, does is it says now you have two sort of main questions to answer. And if you answer no to either one of them, you're done. The first question is technical requirements of the regulations under AOPA. And Ms. Peddle has done a fantastic job, and the operator as well has done a fantastic job of showing how that piece works for this application. The second piece is whether the application is consistent with the Intermunicipal Development Plan land use provisions or the MDP land use provisions, and the MDP land use provisions. So you look at the MDP, you look at the IDP, and you come to your conclusion. And under section 20 sub 1, it is the opinion of the approval officer that is the opinion that matters in this context, which is an informed opinion. We've heard that today for sure. And the letters from the county and the village, anyway, the county's response to the application was certainly helpful. I don't think anybody would disagree with that. But if you look at the perspective of an approval officer, or for the moment, let's look at from the perspective of somebody buying land in an area, maybe to operate a CFO. They should be able to know whether they're in an exclusion zone or not. And that's the purpose of the maps. I really liked the maps. They are super helpful to our staff. And we always, I think, say how we like the detailed maps in particular, so we can tell exactly which section is in and which section is out. And so if you read these things and you say, oh, I'm in an exclusion zone, how are you to know that 2 years later that county might write a letter saying, but we think that you're okay? How does one know that? And I think that is the purpose of AOPA, requiring approval officers properly to defer to the high-level municipal land use planning documents that have been through council, they've been through 3 readings, they've been through public consultation. One should be able to rely on that. And for sure, the county and the village will have input. And that is to be taken into account. And the approval officer explained that she does read these, but at the end of the day, it's her interpretation. So I would just encourage the board to keep the concept of certainty and ascertainability, not just for approval officers, but for all people involved, the county as well, frankly. Mr. Echegaray spoke about one of his jobs being to sort of watch over the consistency of decisions in the province. And that's an advantage that he has because of the seat that he sits in. He's able to do that from a bird's eye view. So I would just encourage the board to think about that. And, you know, I don't think you can change an IDP with a letter. That's not quite the same thing. So, and then for the rest of my arguments, they're kind of legal arguments. They're kind of statutory interpretation arguments, which doesn't mean they're not important, but I've written them all. And the reason I wrote them all was so that I don't have to, read them again today. So I will cut it at that, and thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Ms. Vance. Vulcan County, do you have closing arguments to present?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just Just a quick remark. In the formation of the IDP, it was a common interest between Vulcan County, the village of Arrowwood, and local residents that we wanted to protect the local agriculture producers in the area and allow for their continued existence and expansion. Vulcan County is not responsible for classifying these operations. However, we recognize that it is in the best interest of historical local producers to consider them as CFOs or similar in nature to confined feeding operations. And then we've provided further support in our documentation to show that intent. If it is not done this way, the NRCB may require them to be designated as new CFOs. We would like to take the time to say thank you to the chair and the NRCB board members today for allowing us to participate and for undertaking these complex hearings and decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Erickson. Village of Arrowwood, do you have closing remarks?
Hi. Not a whole lot, I guess, in closing remarks, just commenting on the fact that our IDP just recognizes that defined CFOs as being licensed or historical in our policies or whatever, and where it states that there was no licensed CFOs doesn't mean that they were not actually historical CFOs. So it just those kind of things with with how it was stated with wording and meaning and stuff. But we just thank you for the opportunity to present and to be involved in this process.
Thank you, Ms. Holloway. Noranden Farms, you have an opportunity to reply to the closing remarks if you wish. Do you have anything more you'd like to say, Mr. Jacobson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just listening to the proceeds of today, my operation doesn't fit a niche. There's enough variances because we are who we are, and we can choose to do. We're not what we do is year by year, and so I recognize that we don't fit into an exact mold of what you think of when you think of a feedlot. And so this has been a struggle through the whole application process and the interpretations of the development plans. And I appreciate everyone's input, and I'm sure that people can recognize that one thing doesn't necessarily fit every operation. I don't know if I'm explaining that properly or not, but that's all I have. And once again, thank you all for your help and your time in this process for myself and my farm, my family. Appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Mr. Jacobson. So at this time, the panel wants to thank everyone for their participation in this review process. No doubt these proceedings can be a little intimidating. And to everyone, I'd like to thank you for a job well done. Thank you to Ms. Kaminsky, our document manager, Josiah Sawatsky, our Zoom host, Ms. Woodworth, our court reporter, Ms. Harvey, our communications and board review specialist, and Mr. Kennedy, the board's general counsel. Your assistance has been essential to the board for this virtual hearing. We have received a lot of very helpful information. The panel will consider this information in reaching our decision and will provide our decision to all parties in the form of a written decision report. The board's long-standing performance target is to issue its decision within 30 working days, about 6 weeks of the close of a hearing. In this case, I would expect our decision will be completed within the 6 weeks. Thank you very much, everyone. This hearing is now closed.